They're gonna jump on.
Islam. That's good. We're here. We want to say give thanks to the brothers for making it happen. We talked about it for months. Well, church is not the last 2 months or whatever.
It's already the replacement.
About 2 months we talked about it. We're all tried churches, whatever, people's stores, all that type of stuff. And then you know, brothers realize that you just gotta do your own thing, forget people, and get a space, pay whatever it is, you know what I mean, and make it happen. So we want to give a round of applause to the brothers for making it happen. Before we get started with the information, we want to make sure that the energy, is right before we start up with the classes. So we want Brother Cameron Bay, one of the ministers in Canaanland that's dealing with the law department. You know, he'll talk about it when he comes up, but a lot of his position is to get the word out to our people that they have to start applying law to their lives or whatever. You know what I mean? Law is not just something for lawyers and judges and that's it. You know, law is something that we have to also embrace, just like math, English, whatever else that we think we need to know. Right? So I want to call the brother up. He's going to do his you know, demonstration. Master.
Islam. We're going to talk about crystals and energy. Because a lot of this information you'll get, a lot of you guys are open right now, you see the room's kind of empty, is because the information is on a different conscious vibe. Everything in the entire world is made with a vibe, sound, if you want to call it that. And everything around you, you have to learn how to balance the energy. Like my brother here said about learning the laws, that's supposed to be second nature, or just like how you know how to get up in the morning, take a shower, brush your teeth, you know, and get ready for the day. You're supposed to know all that.
Should be like the young Muslim children learning the Quran.
Just like young Muslims learning the Quran, or anything else you should know instantly. Like you know you have 2 hands, 2 feet, you know, 2 eyes and such. You're supposed to know all the laws. Because all the laws, not just laws of the courts, but there's laws of gravity, the laws of astrology. You understand? All the laws. And all the laws we not invented or created, but we also lived them throughout generations and times. And we still do to this day. It's just we've been, as you know, dumbed down in some sort of way. Today we're going to talk about crystals and jewelry. Because all crystals are eventually made into jewelry that you wear, that some people wear on regular or whatever. We'll start off with this. This is called a matrix. Just like plants and everything else on the planet and the universe grows. They grow like this in the bed or the core of the planet, certain parts of the earth. You can actually dig this up. And this is how it's found. The matrix, why it's called the matrix, is because you can see the progression of the stone before it becomes a crystal. Pass that around. That is the amethyst, purple. Colors are very, very, very important because they go with sound. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do are also colors, but they're sound, vibrations. Everybody born onto this planet has a birthstone or birthstones that go correspond with your date of birth or the month you're born in, right? Like for example, what month are you born? October would be Scorpion or Scorpion. Your stones you pick up a aquamarine, an amber, which is this stone right here, a bloodstone. I don't have today, but it's a stone that's similar to this. This is a garnet, but it's similar to this, but it's green and has a red dot indicating that it's a bloodstone. You need a jasper. And all these stones, they're all alive. Just like anything on this planet, they're all alive. You can use them. I've had people, myself even, use the stones and get certain attributes out of them, because all these stones have different attributes that help you recharge yourself. When you're recharging yourself, are you guys familiar with chakras? Yeah. Each stone comes with different colors and they go correspond with your chakras. So this is a red stone. So obviously this would go with your lower chakra, your root chakra, right? The purple stone will go for your crown chakra, right? You can get stones at all metaphysical stores or rock stores, right? They come raw like this. This is raw, which is the best. You have these one of these in your house, especially an amethyst like this. I don't care how crazy you have crazy parents or people that are loud, you know, they calm them down. It transmutes everything, takes the energy and turns it from bad to good. Right? For example, my wife's mother, really loud Jamaican. You know how they get. I keep this stone in the house, and every time she goes to my house, she's calm. You good? I just want some water. She's not loud. That's when she leaves the borders of the house. Back to, what is this? So these stones, really, you need to put them in your house if you can get them. When you do get them, get pyramids, because pyramids is the divine shape of the universe.
It's also it's an energy shape.
It's also the energy shape. Pyramids were all over the planet.
Well, on top of that, everything's based in government too.
Yeah, everything's done through pyramids.
Triangles.
Right? Triangles. And the sphere. You see crystal balls and gypsies trying to use the crystal ball. The sphere and the triangle are the strongest objects in the universe.
So that's the question that I think a cross-reference kind of thing. Because I've been doing a little bit of studying, and I heard one man say that you should put yourself in the pyramid.
Yes.
Like, and it would give you kind of like a set of energy.
When you're meditating, if you're going in really on meditation, what I do, I have this is called quartz crystal. They come. This is a charger. They come smaller like this size, and I have about 20 of them. And I make a circle and a square, and that creates a triangle. And you sit in the middle of the circle, square, and you meditate. And because of these stones are the same product of your skin, because they're all made of silicone. This is made out of silicone, so is your skin. When your thoughts manifest faster, especially when you have edges like this that are pointed up, right?
Isn't the silicone the same thing as what's in our hair too, right?
Yep.
So those books, no?
Yeah. Your hair, your skin, made out of silicone. The planet that we're sitting on, the whole planet, is a giant crystal ball. It's a giant this, made out of silicone. Okay? So all your thoughts, that's why meditation is very, very important, because all your thoughts go into the earth and bounce around, and depending on where the edges are on certain crystals, they fly into the air. You may not see them, but they're there. It's just like wind. You can't see wind, but you know wind is there, right? So know that there's energy, even in this room. You haven't trained your eyes quite yet to see it. Energy flowing around you. What people perceive as ghosts, that's just energy that of a long time person who's been here and had excitement around an event here. And they left their energy here. You can leave your energy anywhere. 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 You can leave it in a ring. It's called possession. You can leave it anywhere, in a hat. Anywhere. Anything that you possess. Okay?
At least for what? At least for what?
Possess?
No, what do you call it? It's called perception. Yeah, you said perception, right?
What were you saying?
No.
What were you saying with the ghost? Is that what
Yeah.
Possession.
Possession. Yeah, that's entity possession.
It's called possession.
Yeah. In the Bible, they mention jewelry or stones like this over 200 times. A lot of people got the Bible a little misconstrued, and it's really a science. And a lot of the things that they're talking about in the Bible have to do with you raising your kundalini, which is located in your spinal cord and your bowl of your the back. And raising kundalini to a certain vibration, a certain sound. Right now, a lot of us are vibrating at 348 megahertz. That's living in your lower chakra. Now picture yourself like a bunch of light bulbs coming down the middle of your body. Each light bulb represents your chakra. Now imagine each one of them was one of them brighter.
That was from me.
Yes, Omar called it.
No, it's the energy. Remember, Todd, that's the same thing. It's the energy, right? So what happens is as you're doing, we're giving you your energy and you're vibrating. That's true. So I just felt to give you.
Trust me, I get those like crazy back in the day, bro.
But yes, picture yourself like a bunch of light bulbs going down the middle of your body, and some of them are brighter, some of them are dim, some of them are not even active, right? The ones that are not active is because you're sick. You've created sickness in your body. The ones that are dim are going to create sickness eventually. You need to recharge it. The ones that are brighter is where your consciousness is at, where you are, why you know certain information, or why you get certain vibes when people walk in the room or when you leave the room. So it's best.
Just to add on to that, when you're talking about sickness, disease, dis-ease, which means that you are not at ease, right? So that's what
Body's not at ease. Exactly.
And then when he was talking about, I think, the different light bulbs, I think they're talking about each one of those energy levels is rotating counterclockwise to the one below it.
Right.
So that's important too, right?
It's also pulling from the other light bulbs that are charging.
Each one of them sort of works off of the other, right?
So they're all connected. They're all connected. They have to feed.
And
They have to feed.
in fact, they're saying that there's more than just the 7, there's hundreds of them.
Yes.
That he would then sort of wake up. Those are the 7 major ones. And then the women have 9. They have another one which is called intuition, which is above, and then the 10th one, 9th one is clairvoyance. That's how women know. When you come home, she knows what you know.
So when the man has, what's it called? When the man is able to tell what's going to happen before it happens.
I don't.
That's it.
It's called clairvoyance too.
It's clairvoyance. We all have it.
Yeah.
It's just a vibe. You have to.
Well, but
in
they
order
say
to control it,
women-
you have to be on that certain vibe.
They say that women will have that naturally, whereas men will probably have to
Yes.
develop that, you know, right? A woman has those sort of.
I have to disagree because I found it all came down to me. Anytime we were
And he's
young,
not talking about you in general.
It's in general, men are vibrating on a much lower. I'm not, you're right too, because I have that feeling too where I know this. But I'm saying, in general, you might line up 100 men, 90 of them would be vibrating on that lower level because of the way that they have been.
the way they think.
Yeah.
Well, of
The way
course.
that they are set,
Well,
structured
there's
as
a
a man.
program.
Yeah.
Women naturally have that stuff. You line up 100 of them, 85 of them would have naturally that
Thank
ability.
you. And to prove the point is, men are still lying to women about other women, so you know they still didn't catch on to their clairvoyance. Because if they did, they wouldn't lie. Yeah, I talked to her. Okay.
And overall, women are stronger.
Yes, go
by
ahead.
far. By far.
Well, you cannot defeat the creator.
Well, you can't defeat the creator. And she is the creator. Women is the creator of the whole entire universe. Okay? The entire universe. She's more powerful on her period. When she's on her period, on that 5-day moon cycle, the moon and her is working together. And she's at her peak power. That's why you might perceive the woman as miserable or you can't handle her. But the way to handle her as men is to keep her busy or keep her moving. Because the energy is so great, she can build a house faster than anybody in a week by herself. I'm not joking.
She's getting overloaded.
Yeah, she's overloaded. And that's why women they get cranky or because they don't know how to, they were never taught how to manage the energy around them and how to deal with the moon cycle. So the moon is a very important sun or globe. It's reflected from the sun. Some people say that it's not even a real planet. It's not even a real orb. We haven't, according to research and all that stuff, they haven't gone to the other side of the moon. And whoever has gone to the other side of the moon, they've seen cities on the other side of the moon, and civilization. Check that out when you get a chance, YouTube, whatever, and find out the information. It's out there.
Yeah, you can find it on disclosed NASA site.
Yeah, they found a woman with a dread.
Brought her back with a third eye.
With a third eye. And she controls the whole ship with her third eye and her thought process.
That's right.
Right? Mm-hmm. So check that out, that story out, because that's for real. And NASA's been hiding that.
NASA what?
Check out women on moon.
Woman found on the moon.
Woman found on moon.
And they'll show a picture of it too on YouTube. She actually looks Asian.
Oh yeah.
She looks like what we would consider like maybe Chinese people. Mm-hmm. That's what she kind of looks like.
Right. Light skin features.
Yeah.
Dreads.
Slanted eye, but she got that third eye up here.
Yeah.
They have her.
Well, you know she got dreads, she's Asiatic.
Yeah.
Asiatics come from us.
Yeah. Such. We're the only people on the planet that has hair.
Yeah.
Everybody else has fur.
Thank you. Say that one more time.
We're the only people that on the planet that has hair. The other people have fur. Okay? Mm-hmm. So when you see anybody with dreads or that kind of alien type of stuff, that's our people, definitely. This is a citrine, one of the most powerful rocks in the whole rock spectrum. Get one of these if you don't have one. Citrine.
Oh, yeah, you got the, there's a marker up there if you want to use the board to write down the.
She was studying something. No, it's insane.
When you're meditating, you place this rock around your solar plexus or your navel chakra. And it's good for stomach aches and any pains in the stomach. Because you have to understand, you are a star, a sun, condensed into flesh.
It heats up your body. Like
yes. You have a fire in your stomach. Burns all the time. And the more food you eat, is the more ill you get. The more ill you get. You're not supposed to be eating that much food. Because you're burning, you're using your fire to burn. And you're using that energy to do other things.
So is that why in third world country they don't eat that much? Well,
that's why third world countries don't worry about food.
Yeah.
They're more in tune with the land, more in tune with earth.
They have a documentary coming out, it's like coming into the light, where people, they have this man who hasn't eaten for over 6 months now. And
yes.
these doctors they can't fathom it, they're just dumbfounded, like, what?
Yes.
How is he sustaining himself?
There's a man that hasn't eaten all his life. All he does is drink water and feeds off sunlight. One of the main body tech that you have in your skin is your melanin, and that's a tech. You're supposed to be able to harvest sunlight anywhere that there's a sun, that you can see the sun or the sun is in your vision or carry on. Sunlight comes from outer space 8 minutes. So all you need is 8 to 10 minutes of standing in the sun, and you'll be fully charged. An hour, you can do amazing things in the sun. That's why people in the South, they're so loud and so, everything's so energy. They have so much energy, and they don't know what to do with it. And the people up here that live in the North, when it comes to winter time, they're like, I ain't going on. I ain't going nowhere. No, it's cold outside. No, I ain't going nowhere because it's the sun, right? Yes. There's Krypton. A lot of people ask me, is Superman and Krypton and all that stuff? There is Krypton, but they don't call it Krypton. It's called Moldavite. I didn't bring it in because it's very expensive.
You spell that?
Moldavite.
That's why we need more that can read and write.
Some sisters in New York. Something like that.
Moldavite? Or
Moldavite. Yeah, it's pronounced Moldavite. It's a green stone. It's very, very expensive if you were to go get it. But if you were to have it on you, it would give you, it would open up your kundalini and it would give you another vibration. You would learn so much things faster because of that vibration. But the downfall on the rock is if you have it on you too long, it absorbs your body energy and fires back. So everything that you're thinking about good stuff, have a great time, you're at a party or whatever, your night might end up very, very, very terrible because of that stuff. So don't carry that stone on you too long. Have it on you when you're meditating only. It's a very, very powerful stone. It's a very, very powerful stone. I'm gonna read you guys other powerful stones so you can build up your. There's another stone called Tanzanite. It's a baby blue stone, which you put right here. Because this is your blue chocolate, baby blue chocolate. Any colors, all color stones go with all your chocolates. So it's a powerful stone that you put right here. You don't recharge these stones. These stones recharge on their own. The ones I'm telling you about, the super stones. These other stones, in order to charge them, you need water or salt water.
Well, that was a lot, because I had done some studying with that. I think you sort of have to, there's also, I think you have to get the mineral book too. The certain stones have to be, like I have one stone, like a moonstone that you have to put in water and then have it under the moon.
Yeah.
So I think it's called a crystal Bible or something like that?
Yeah, crystal Bible, if you can think of a crystal Bible, or
I can't remember.
anything, a crystal encyclopedia.
It tells you how to recharge the certain minerals that you have.
Yeah. Through salt water. All these stones are either moon or sunstone. Okay?
We had one that I had to put it in under a gray candle. It's a gray candle lit. And then sort of, and this is just some of the stuff.
What did you put under a gray candle?
Not put it under, you have to sort of wave it, like sort of put it through a gray, like a gray or a white candle. You have to have lit.
Yeah.
And that stone have to sort of then sort of
Some rituals.
Well, candles, because all colors are vibration,
Right.
like I said earlier on. And when you light a candle, you're lighting the vibration, and that's what the fire is. It's a spirit. They're all lighting spirits, and they're alive too. You can talk to them too. A lot of these stones come tumbled, they come raw like this when they come out the ground, and then they get to manufacturers and they come like this, which is it's sort of tumbled.
it's a machine. You put
It's a machine down. This is an actual ruby. This is how rubies look before they bling it out.
They polish it.
Yeah, before they polish it.
Colors now.
Colors is red.
It's red. These are red.
It's like a red brownish.
Yeah, red.
That's it.
Right?
Those are a machine, I think, that has fine particles of sand. And it gets rolled over.
Right. So it becomes this, and then they give it another process, and it comes shiny. It's more tumble. These are pocket stones. Right? You put these in your pocket, keep them on your body for a month, whatever stones that you're trying to work with. Because there's over 6,000 stones. You can work with any of them. The birthstones are mainly your stones. So you keep them on your body for 2 to 3 weeks, a month, and you'll see the attributes that they come up with or everything that they help you with on your body. Okay?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does it in like in Asia or whatever, they have like special stones that they eat on their body or whatever?
Those are for
Those are for massages.
those are for massages, and those are called obsidian stones.
Okay, yeah.
Those stones are made to do that.
Yeah.
They hold heat.
In a sense, they actually hold energy, restore, release it back into the water.
Yeah, and it has the energy in the stone itself. You can get that stone at the same place. It's just those people taking our stuff and they're making money off of it. I carry a pyrite and a tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of your best friends. So is copper. So if you don't have any copper, go get some. Okay, I always didn't know I was younger. I didn't know why my mom always has this tub of copper, pennies in the drawer. She doesn't, no one allowed to touch them. It's because she was always manifesting things through copper. She knew that. So copper is one of your best friends. I carry copper all the time in my wallet, especially in your wallet. If you're one of those people trying to get fiat, keep a cup of copper in your wallet. Okay?
That was, I think, another reason too they got rid of the penny.
That's probably why,
Right?
Yeah.
Well, not only for the fact that the value of the penny,
But the energy that it was giving us.
well, that's right, the value of the penny was more than the penny was worth. The
Exactly.
penny was worth 1.6 cents.
Yeah.
The penny was only worth a penny.
But what about this thing about all the copper is used for the shells of bullets and whatnot? Like, it's not what's.
And, I mean, there could be multiple
You're
reasons.
saying it's an energy that's given
So
us.
what we're saying to you is that copper is one of the main elements that you would use for energy sort of stuff, right? So, but in terms of what's going on here, that was another form of what they're doing, sucking, taking all of the resources back out.
So in essence, the majority of the natural elements on this planet are here designed to help us.
That's right.
No.
And what's happened is the colonizer came in here, and what they were always here to do was to steal that.
Yeah, and then they turned around, took our plants that we could use to heal ourselves and make ourselves stronger, turned it into synthetic medication, then turned around and sold it back to us, which only made us sick.
Right.
But at the same time, sticking on to what Brother Cameron is saying, with these minerals and these rocks, what they call rocks now, we're a part of all this.
Yeah.
Well, that's how we're tied to the land, genetically.
Not in just the man, to the universe.
But just to,
Thank you.
I went to Japan called Nippon with my girlfriend. We went to a store there, a crystal store there. She got me one of these. It was in some weird, they're writing that this is supposed to bring me energy. So just to show you, not only is it here, it's everywhere.
It's all over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah.
And everyone knows about
China.
Everybody's
from Japan.
It's Jerusalem. Yeah, that's how they buff these down. This is a diamond before it becomes this.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing that the Asians wear around their
Jade.
Jade stone.
Jade is incredibly-
Jade is another
Jade is another thing that's incredibly good for your kidneys, which are your flushing, which are your and that kind of, but that's, you're thinking about that on a physical level. In Chinese medicine, when they talk about the organs, they're talking about them in the spiritual level. Right? Not quantum physics, but more of the fact that those things, these things that he's talking about that were manifest as were physical, were really spirit beings, right? Were really energy, right? So those things that in the physical are purifying you spiritually as well. That's why if you bring in like a lot of anger or pain, you'll get a cancer. You know, like when you see a lot of these people who are getting sick, those kind of sicknesses, that's from taking in a lot of that stuff that they can't get rid of, and then it's manifested in the organs that were supposed to cleanse that stuff.
Honestly, that happened to me like today when I was arguing with my mom. Accidentally, I felt like crap.
That's right. That's right.
I felt it in my kidney or something.
That's right.
All medicine is replicas of these stones. All medicine.
100%. Everything comes from the land. This is what I realized too. There's nothing on this planet that doesn't come from this planet. You understand that? So when you're buying something, a piece of plasticware, that's come from a natural resource.
Yeah.
And then when you think that you're on the landmass, let's say they're producing something, some piece of metal, that's coming from right here in Hamilton, right? That's our metal that they're then taking, change it over and then sell it back to you. That was ours.
Yeah.
Ours, not a car, that's ours. And that's the kind of mindset you gotta start getting into, right?
Yes.
And one good thing is, along with what brother just said, in terms of our bodies, why we go through these here classes and learn about the different energy sources for our bodies, because our souls are already connected with everything in the universe.
Right.
And for us to continue on in this here vibration that we can relate to one another and communicate and translate and teach one another is through the physical body. So that's why we have to make sure this physical body is in prime shape at all times. We must bless our temples.
Water,
Because we're the gods.
And if you notice this too, right? That's why when you see a lot of the communication that they have with us through the media, they're always pushing, man, I smoke my own stuff sometimes too. They're always pushing, taking stuff into your bodies in unnatural ways, or doing things that will not connect you with your body. All of that processed food, any of that food that this lady I met coming out of Walmart buying some food for my coworkers. I had to shop there if you want it, but she said any processed food that you buy, the company puts something in there that your body is then going to crave afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, so if you eat a chocolate bar, you want half an hour later you want another chocolate bar, they're genetically putting stuff in there that your body then craves.
It makes you addicted to the foods.
That's right.
And basically, the three things you're addicted to is sugar, fat, and salt. That's it.
It's just like that McDonald's movie that
It's all this, sugar, fat, and salt. Those are the things that are killing us. And those are the things we can't get enough of. Run for.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah.
catch you when you're young from like watching the
Well,
McDonald's.
brother, let me say another thing. These are some of the tricks you realize. You walk into any department store where you're buying food, at the front of the store, they have a candy machine.
Yeah.
Hey, no, think about it. That's not for, no, you think that's a joke, wait a minute, that's a design. Because the first thing, and it's at child level.
That's
No, wait, you see, here's the problem. We laugh at this stuff, and I was laughing with this European lady about it, because we're talking about some stuff, and I said, you see, your laughter is the nervousness to cover up the reality of what really the fuck is going on. You're like, okay, oh, that's funny. No, you don't get it. When you were 4 years old, and the colors that those candies represented, you know what he's talking about, are attaching to your chakras, right? That's the same thing with the presents that are underneath the tree, when they have a certain wrapping paper. That's all to connect you. The sound.
That's why they always use the little shop.
That's why they always use red.
Right, because red is an energy thing. You ever notice too? I don't even have to be looking at this man right now.
No, I said that's why they catch you with the lower shopper, which is the red.
Yeah.
They catch you at that level and keep you down.
Because that's when you go down the aisle in the supermarket, anything good for you is going to be on the top shelves. Anything at high level, it's no good.
None of that, it's going to be the most expensive.
That's right. That's right. See, anything at high level down is designed to take you down.
Next thing too, right? We could all turn our backs. Someone else was saying that, I think Tom was saying, I could turn my back right now, and I can open up a bag of chips. And all of you would know that I was opening up a bag of chips. The sound is connected with all of that.
That's right.
So the induction was 3 prongs, the triangle again.
And trust me, if they could, they put smell-o-vision in television to keep you all hooked up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're here because you have to understand that every day and every night they go
set up
to sleep
more
and
scenes,
wake
yes.
up to destroying everything that's going on around us. Okay?
Next thing too.
You have to know we are in a war. It's not a joke.
Next thing too, because as we've gotten older, when you went to high school, what were the 3 machines that they always had in it? They always had a Coke machine, they always had a chocolate bar machine, and a chip machine. You ever notice that? I used to think to myself, yet the school is telling me about all that stuff being toxic, yet what happens is
They make the most money on it.
they make the most money, and there's a group of people that allow these people to come, because the school could say, no, we don't want the pop machine.
Right.
That's right.
He knows this, right? Every school you've been in has a pop machine, right? Every school has a pop machine.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Sugars and yeah, they
sugar.
make you depressed
I never
more.
stayed in school long
It's like
enough to
cracking.
find out.
Yeah, they make you
They're slowly taking them out of the school, like taking the.
Slowly, but the reason why they're doing that slowly now is because of the love. But not only that, they've already got you on everything else. It's like cigarettes now. You notice this with cigarettes now? They've got half the cigarettes and they got the smoking. People are still smoking. Right? They've already got you indoctrinated. Already hooked.
They got them hooked, but they also new cigarettes now. They got like they got less fill time, right? So they're trying to kill you faster now. If they know time's up.
Well, they realize that if they had told you that this is bad for you, and then you still go buy it, now the problem's on you.
It's on you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Before when it wasn't, it's on them, because they're telling you it's good. But now that they put this there, it's a disclaimer, it's going to cause
Well,
lung
it's the
cancer.
same thing with the toothpaste. 4 to 5 dentists that say fluoride's good for you.
Well, that's
And we all know fluoride's killing you.
exactly.
And calcifies your
Fluoride can clean your teeth. You wouldn't need dentists.
Well, there you go.
Ever thought of that? You know such thing as a dentist.
And the fluoride also keeps you under the lower chakras because
It keeps you docile. What they did is they fed it to the Jews back in the Bahamas when they were in Germany. They fed it to the prisoners to keep them down.
Yeah.
And that's why if you look at any bottle right here, it will say, and this one says 0.3. And what I've noticed now is the level is going up now in the water. The level of fluoride, which is a heavy metal, which stays in your system and keeps you calm.
well, see what people don't realize. The first uses of fluoride was the atomic bomb. And when in the factory where they did the research and built this bomb, all the farms downwind from them were all fucked up. The cattle died, the people died, the people working in the factories couldn't wear shoes because the fluoride fumes would actually eat the steel out of shoes.
Yeah, and that's what the fluoride is doing to your brains. It's killing your clots. It's called crystallizing.
Crystallizing your brain. So that's what keeps you in your higher chakras, so that you can see like a god, 360 degrees.
Yeah. So wait, I have a question with all these sounds, because like when I was growing up as a kid, like they classified me as like one of like those learning, like not learning, but like because my mind couldn't quiet down.
ADD.
Yeah, ADD. Not ADD. I never had that, but it was like a little bit lower, because like
Listen.
my mind.
It's called
Master teacher.
They'll classify you with all that. They're also putting you in.
ADHD, whatever. It's an alphabet disease.
No, it's not a disease.
It's not a game that they're playing because they're trying to classify you as the same as them. You're not made the same as them. Right? By far, you're not made the same as them. So they put you in the same class as them. So when they don't understand something, they give it a name or they alphabet it.
Just like,
Everything they alphabet what they don't get or they don't understand.
just like
They want to confuse you.
denationalizing yourself. Calling yourself black, white, red, yellow, crayon box, whatever. What's really going on when I was coming up, they didn't have a name for anything. You were this in full light. There was nothing wrong with you. They're trying to make you believe that so you don't come to your true potential of your true creativity. They try to kill creativity. They try to make you seem to put you in this frame of mind so you feel ashamed or you get some kind of anxiety or you can't read, there's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Is there anything wrong when you see those cults out there or the deers, the yearlings that are full of energy, butting heads? Locking and jumping. You know, when they see a child doing that, they're full of energy. You see people that 80, 90, 60, 106 years old jumping up and down and stuff like that. Children are supposed to do that. But now, if you're too happy, too sad, you have emotions, too angry or whatever, must got some kind of psychosis.
Yeah.
Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia.
There's something wrong.
And they try to prescribe all these pills to the children.
Here's what the other thing is, we have to understand that the schooling system, that so-called schooling that we're going to, is really indoctrination and training. So if you're not fitting into that box, then they've got to quickly make sure they grab you and put you into that box. And if you can't, because you've got this crazy energy that's beyond, then they got to drug you. So that's what was really going on with you. That's what was happening with him too.
Nobody drugged you.
No, he was lucky. No, but nowadays, so that's what. Up there was a period of time when they were doing that. That was riddling. What also they were doing is they were testing. They were doing clinical trials on them.
I have friends that actually their parents prescribed it to them, and they went like they're going crazy, like
enforcing the law.
And then when they grow up, they get to high school, they're obviously starting to do other drugs, so that's all mixing up in the pot, in their body. So That's how you like, oh man, it's crazy.
But when they did, I didn't have drugs and stuff, I had torture. They had a thing called strapping. You know what I said to them? You know what I said to them? Well, it's okay, you know what I said to them? My father doesn't know about this. And I was only in grade 2 or 3. I'm over 50 right now. I found my way home and you found your way home. And when I want to get off track with Dr. Wilkins and stuff,
I just want to bring one thing backward to all this. Just remember, this is the one thing Tyler was saying. We are prisoners of war. We don't want to look at this, but what's happening is they come in and colonize us, and they don't want you to wake up. So they're going to do everything in your power. So as much as this is a joke, just remember, we have to sometimes fit in, but always keep in your mind, even when they're telling you something that you know is wrong, that you may have to do, just know that that's the purpose of it. As long as you, what it says is, as long as you know where you're at, then you can know where you're going.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you don't know where you're at, then you're going to have problems, because then they can
The bottom line is, we're occupied.
Right. That is it.
That's the bottom line. We're occupied.
And the real bottom
No
line,
different but to vote, no
You're
reason why we're here today is to set ourselves free.
In Palestine, how the Israelis are there, that's what's really going on here.
That's right.
But no one's really talking about it. Because they've also controlled all the media. But yet they can talk over there about what's going on, but that's what's really happening here. We've really got this occupying force that's God's.
the bottom line is this. We can't blame them, but we got to blame ourselves. Second thing is democracy. You hear the word democracy, what he's talking about and stuff like that. We can't blame nobody for our demise anymore. We got to know ourselves, study, find out who we really are, know what law is, signs and symbols. He's teaching us how to heal ourselves on a whole different energy level because everything's on vibration.
On vibration.
The breath, the spirit. Stop breathing for 3 minutes a day. You know, that's why they call it spirit. It's really breath. There's energy, gas, whatever, everything's vibrating. That's why they made the movie The Matrix.
That's why they say that we are all connected, because every time we exhale and inhale, we inhale everything from everyone else around us.
But the main thing is
When
right
we
now,
exhale our own selves, and then we mutate.
the main
And that's where they were talking about the silicon in your skin and your hair. We are always transmitting and receiving.
That's right.
All the time.
Just like the crystals, just like the crystals.
Your transmit hand or your push hand is your right hand.
Right.
And your receiving hand is your left hand.
and what about our hair?
In your hair.
Our hair.
Antennas.
Your antennas.
Yes. Now,
People with dreadlocks, their antennas, all the knowledge is in their hair. So they use their hair as antennas. So, you're really not supposed to cut your hair, but they have some society where we go to barbershops to cut the hair, you know.
That was part of the whole, everything and that's the problem. Once you start to wake up, you start to realize that 95% of stuff that's going on is all been trying to keep you off the track.
Keep you off the track,
of what you need to do. So the other thing too, is we all gotta come together. You see, like, look at this. This is a national thing and there's 9 of us here.
Yeah.
See, that's how scary, that's how you gotta then realize how bad this is. We gotta work together and love our brother. You know, I'm balling a lot of times, and I'm arguing with these boys, you know what I mean? That's my brother. That's my
real brother.
My real brother. You see what I mean? But we missed that. That's what they've done. They've divided and conquered us. Divide and conquer.
So in order for us to turn the tables around on them with the nerve balance and energy. The star that's on our flag is part of an energy grid. We used to make grids in the home and on the land out of the star. It's the five-point star right there. Each point on the grid. If I can bring up.
Why don't you draw it on the thing?
Draw it on here? Okay.
Also, while you do that, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to make the sign. That's what we are.
Let's do a bootleg one.
And who uses that symbol when they do that?
It's medicine, right? That's how they go off in against being medicine. They're not doing any medicine.
Don't triangle down.
Disconnected.
Triangle up. Triangle down.
Go disconnected.
So like that. No, it's not 5 points.
Okay.
Okay, just start.
Just put a line across the bottom.
Don't stop him yet.
There's the star right there.
Star.
Bring up the artist, yo. Bring up the artist.
Just basically just go straight to.
Oh, that's how I do it. I do it.
Right.
That's how you do it, brothers? You guys are all friends?
And
You
again,
guys know each other?
Yeah, we all know each
You
other.
guys are on a high consciousness right now. That you can make things happen. What you guys, 19, 20?
I'm 21. We're all like
In the 20s?
Yeah.
26?
You guys know what he's trying to say. We come together and all on the same front. We have the power to manifest things.
I don't even want to call you gods.
This is
God
an
is
energy.
a dramatic word, 500 years old or something like that.
not us.
Well, even nuts. The Asiatic mobile wars, in full light, you can change, make things happen over here in Hamilton, talk to other young people, give them facts, expect them to see things, just like you guys see things, and make things happen. I didn't know nobody. I didn't know there was any wars in, over here in Ontario, North America here. Territory.
Yeah, territory.
I was looking for college. I found Cujo. We became brothers. Then these brothers. Then these brothers. Then these brothers. Never knew them before in my life. Now we talk. We get together. Might not see each other all the time, but we're family. And now, new family. You see what I mean? And there's more and more. You know, some other information gets overwhelming because we're always turning off.
Adding, well, like, just bringing in more people so you're just refreshing and recap.
Well, some get what they need and then they leave because they have to digest it and retain it. But at the same time, what happens is, there's too many of us trying to always go to the ethers and the planets. We're here on Terra Earth. We gotta deal with, clean up the mess that's here first. You know, okay, yeah, there might be planets on the moon or Mars or wherever, and there might be other galaxy solar systems that 2 legs, 2 arms, and hit Earth. But right now, we're here. And then what we're here to teach is law. Not taking nothing away from can't raise a class right now, but I just don't want you guys to get confused with all these different conversations that are going on off topic and on topic. But, yeah, no, I'm just saying, it changes everything. You have unalienable rights to supersede these policies that they call law. And he's trying to show you what law is on crystal, and it's crystal, energy, vibration.
So when you're at home or on the land, you want to put one of these or build one of these in your home with the crystals. What I do is I use certain crystals. I know their attributes, and I put them around the house in this form. Starting from the doorway, your doorway, to your bedrooms, kitchen, all of it. You put these stones around the house. They help with the environment or the energy flow inside the house, especially if you have a house that you perceive that's haunted, that's spooky. Energies can come through your home all the time at any given time. You know, a grandmother that died for 40 years ago will come and visit you every now and again. Those are the kind of energies you want to keep coming to you. It's the good stuff, not the bad ones. So you keep the bad ones out of your house, do a grid. It's not witchcraft we're talking about. This is something we did regularly. Go ahead, more.
Would it be something like feng shui?
It's a feng shui.
What's the Asiatic Orientals,
Yeah.
South Asia,
Yep.
Japanese, Manchurians, or whatever?
The Chinese or the Manchurians, they design their homes where they put certain couches and a lamp, a certain place inside the home to keep the energy flow open. And they paint the walls a certain way. See, in jails, and even in here,
Yeah.
the walls painted a certain color.
Yeah, you know what, you guys make a certain point. Just take a look in here. This is how they built it with the blocks. Everything looks like generalized, right?
Everything looks like
And they go into their classrooms. How come your classrooms look like that? They can have them decked out how they want. They've done this because it spiritually attaches to you.
Yeah.
Right? When you go to jail, it's done the same way. And I've been the same sort of situation. No color. The colors are meant to keep you suppressed.
Suppressed.
You go to McDonald's, it's red and it's vibrant, right? Energy, that's what you're supposed to buy. Christmas, buy, right? Come to class, school.
Go ahead.
What type of stones would like
Be on this grid.
beyond
You can put any stones on the grid. When you look up the stones, when you buy the stones from the stone stores or metaphysics stores, they usually 99% will give you what they do. So when you find out that information, you can make the grid and make that work for your home. Some people will just use, some people will use just these and put it around the house.
I see a lot of those, yo. I see a lot of those.
This is a charger. So it charges a lot of these crystals and it helps you manifest things, or if you're meditating, you shoot energy out. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say to you brothers, not you so much, but you brothers, that part of this too is they say that the spirit never dies. So this is not our first time here on earth. We've been here before. This could be sort of something that you might not
Millions times over.
you cannot connect with, but something special has happened to you 3, 4 here. You've been woken up to this. So things may get in your way, don't get discouraged. There's something special about you guys.
Yeah, like
that's
here.
You see,
No, but I'm saying is,
what he's trying to say is this, you know how you have these shows called Ancient Aliens? And they're talking about how they find these airplanes and stuff from the Incas over 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago.
Oh, man.
That's not old science. That's the same sciences that we're starting to learn today.
relearn.
We've already had it and been doing it for thousands of years.
What happened was they dumbed us down, and they tried to keep us down, and right now we're back in the era where we're waking up again.
That's right, we're waking
And that's what you guys are about. You are the beginning of the waking up process.
Internet only came out, what? I remember when I
To
first
me,
came
when I
here.
realized, my fear of the internet was their answer to us waking up telepathically.
Yeah.
You see, what they had to do was dumb us back down again. So all this information is like this, and then you talk to a man in China. This was the shit that you should have known,
Yeah.
but now they have you connected. Don't you see that now this is what I realized. Now again, you have to go through their process. Get a little advertising, get a little thing. This is shit that you know how you know when you're sometimes you know someone's good, you're talking about a friend and he calls? That's it.
Well, that's-
on the lowest form, that's what that is. Each one of these-
Yeah.
You see he's laughing?
Smoke signal.
See, he's laughing, that's the nervousness you get about it. But let me say this to you.
No, that's not what I'm laughing at.
It's true.
It's inside.
Okay.
Only Cujo knows, and he knows. But
Well, he and I do the same
vibrations of because
The thing is, don't ever forget that, and just let the sciences approach you too. You know, it might be a little overwhelming, just sit back and just remember the shit. Because what I find, it's like working out. You know, you're trying to get that 100 pounds, you can only do 90, you stop, you go away for 3 weeks, come back, all of a sudden you've done that 100. That's called building the muscle. You see, you're all laughing, that's because that's what's really going on, and that's going on in your brain too. So you've got to reverse the process of them dumbing you down and keep the learning process.
Yeah.
Stepping up. You may have to come back, step up again, right?
The beauty of you guys learning together as your friends is that as you go through this process and you learn more, you will eventually become telekinetic with one another. Well, one will start a statement, the other one will finish it. You understand?
Yeah.
That's how we were growing up for our lives.
All technology that's ever on this planet is because they study you.
That's right.
All of it.
Yeah.
Everything that's ever made is because they studied you.
And there's nothing
They made something and patented it and sell it to you back.
basically we're all connected. That's why we're here.
They're still studying. They've only been here not long. They haven't been on this planet too long. And that's why they're still going underwater and looking for that shark and looking for that crazy bird that they see in pictures. That's why they're still learning things, because they haven't been here that long.
You're playing catch up.
They're playing catch up.
Is that why that they're playing catch up, that they can catch up for? It's just that they want to know where they came from. They know where we came from, and they know where they came from, but they can't believe that we created another mankind. You see what
Well,
I
you see,
mean?
that's why, if you guys watch movies, you see the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
What's that movie?
The Close Encounters of the Third Kind? It's an old movie. The reason why I bring that up to you, because they say Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which means there's 2 kinds of beings living on Earth before that show came out. Meaning human and mankind.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what Superman is like.
Well,
You understand what I'm saying? So that's the so-called humans, which can also be a monster too. And we supposed to fit in that category because we, you, being of color, and are man. You understand? We're mankind. They look like us.
Kind of.
Well, they kind of look like us.
Kind of.
Man, kind of.
But the bottom line is, they call themselves, they go by what they call themselves as W-H-I-T-E, when they're really B-L-A-C-K. We are the free white people, or white persons. You understand? We are.
I want to touch on something. Get back to the crystals. When he mentioned Superman, when we come to our full self and everybody starts really waking up, then we come into where he's talking about that skin. Where our skin will just do like this crystal, like indestructible. Like we become those superheroes they talk about.
Oh yeah.
Now getting into this hue and color stuff, we don't have the color. We're just a reflection of energy. Getting back to what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Color has nothing to do with the complexion. The status when they talk about black.
These stones you can put in your bed and under your pillow. It's good for sleeping with because your higher self, which is your second you, is in work. When you fall asleep, it's not a sleep where you're just resting. It's really your higher self working and still continuing the work that you're supposed to be doing in the physical realm. But it's doing it in other realms. You're a multi-dimensional technology, the highest technology in the entire universe. Yeah, you can go through walls, you can stand heat, cold, all of it, everything you can think of. We make Merkabas. When you reach your highest peak, one of the things you should be able to do is make a Merkaba. Merkaba is another religion that Madonna and all those high celebrities, they call it Kabbalist. Kabbalah. They're studying how to make Merkabas. Merkaba is a star, because you are a star condensed into human flesh.
Are you sure? Merkaba?
I think it's M-E-R-K-A-B-A.
Right. You can put them on your bed. I have one of those memory foams on top of my bed, and under the memory foam itself, I have these rocks in the lineup of my chakras. So when I fall asleep, my chakras will be constantly energized all the time. All the time. You'll wake up refreshed. You'll even remember most of your dreams. Most of them. They won't come choppy like they do to you right now. They'll come more close together, and you wake up and you can tell a friend, fully, your dream. Which is not a dream, it's really you living your higher self, your higher being out of your temple, your mausoleum. There's crystal bowls. They make crystal bowls for healing, because sound heals the body. So they'll use a crystal bowl, and they'll use the sound. And usually the sounds, they sound like this. This is the highest frequency, this is the frequency of amethyst. If you were to listen to this for an hour, it sounds crazy, just listening to this sound alone. But if you were to listen to this sound for even half an hour, you would reach your higher peak, you would recharge your crown chakra.
Something on that sound, I've had an experience with it where we were in a second cup, and a brother was teaching us about the sounds and how the sounds form shapes. Like somebody, for instance, put dust or sand on a cloth, had the soundboard, and the sand formed into a particular shape.
Yeah.
So it was about maybe 50 of us in the coffee shop, whatever, and it wasn't even loud at all, like soft. We turned it on, and then the albions in the room, they scattered.
Yeah. Just from the sound.
From the sound alone.
Just from the sound alone.
And there was other melodic themes, and it just sat there. It's like, okay, what's up?
So what is
They heard it, but just like we're hearing it right now, it doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
They literally heard it, and they got up and left. Just from the sound.
I did a study
Question, can I ask something, sir?
Go ahead.
But that's because the whole spectrum of it. It's like
Well, that's the whole point, in terms of, you know, there's a whistle that you can whistle it and a dog will hear it, only a dog will hear it on their level, we won't hear it. Same thing with the sound, is that wherever your chakras are,
And that's the reason why
you
dogs can
hear
hear
it
it.
internally, and it won't bother you.
There's a reason why dogs can hear it, because they're on another vibration,
They're on another
higher. You're supposed to be able to hear that sound, but you're not on that vibration.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just feel that.
Well, since they did that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a joke. Those LBRs left because they said to their stuff, those niggas are crazy.
That's why the beast, so-called, is working with sound now.
Yes.
To,
Yes.
for crowd control.
Right.
Yes.
Hold on, I gotta say something one more time, not cutting you off more. You can't call him the beast because he's not a beast.
Well,
He's your brother.
Well, he may be my brother, but he's my brother from another mother. Well, turn his weapons on you.
Because it's not a go hate, we gotta get this straight. We gotta get this straight.
I think you're right about that, but in a sense, we do have to keep certain things.
Oh, no, you can be aware of what they're
saying. We
saying.
have to keep certain things that.
In the forefront of our minds.
Yeah, that this certain hybrid of people are looking to enslave and kill us. So we better be aware of that. If our brother would look to uplift us, right? So let's talk about that.
No, I can't, I gotta disagree.
Okay?
Because I'm not saying things haven't happened in the last couple hundred years. I'm not saying it didn't happen compared to our many multi-thousands and thousands of years of existence. But what we have done to our brother to make him do, or I should say, what have we done to our brother that we created to make him do this, treat us this way?
Actually, you brought a beautiful point though. We created it too, right?
Yeah.
So
So the thing is, we can't.
there should be gratefulness there too, right?
So the thing is, we can't always keep on looking at this in a black power manner, where we got this fight, like, okay, we'll talk in colorable law for now. We'll talk colorable. Fight the white man. No, it's not even looked at. Or the black man. Now, in color right now, blacks are the only we're sinning. They're only we're sinning. So the thing is, we keep on calling them the beast, devil, whatever. No, it's not even that. It's not that. We gotta start calling things for what it is. We're our own worst problem right now.
Yeah, we may be our own worst problems, but we're not the ones with the money and more scientific studies to figure out ways and more drastic ways that we can take us off of this earth.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Thank you. And now,
You
get
don't
back
say
to
that all the time.
Yeah, but
Get back to
here's
one more
the reality behind it.
Before-
The European is making sure not to give us the law that we need to go and find to make sure that when it happens, that they can kill us off as blacks.
Yeah,
Now
but this is
listen
a
to this.
business for them.
Now listen
And
to
when
this.
it's a business for some people,
That's not
they don't
their
have
plan.
to tell you anything because it's a business.
Yeah,
And if you look at it that it's a business, then you'll know that they don't have to tell you nothing.
Yeah.
So
And
by
plus,
us speaking the way, like in terms of beats or whatnot, that beats you at your lower level.
Yeah.
You need to get your higher level.
And this is
Yeah,
why-
we know it's happening. That is why, once you become focused on you not, and you're a free white person and you're not black, nigger, and colors, you don't worry about that because that's what a black, nigger, and colors. And it
That's
says,
slavery.
it's not for you.
That's
It's not for
slavery.
the appropriate
Yeah.
persona.
Slave
I'm a
mentality.
white person. It's not a matter you cannot think like that. It's more of a projection of who you are as well. If, for instance, if we're in this room right now and say, you know what, all the people that are wearing pink shoes, get out.
yeah.
You're not wearing pink
And
shoes,
what
so
we're
you
talking
sit
about,
down.
not
So,
saying that's
only people that we're going after right now, we're looking for a black man with black pants, black this, black that. Well, first of all, are you a black man? No, so they're not looking for you. That mindset, from that terminology, you know, moving forward, I have nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just say, before I add to that, we're still talking about what Cameron's talking about,
Yeah.
vibration.
Yes.
The vibration, the air picks up vibration, that's why it vibrates. But if we're not on the right vibration, and we're still playing, getting caught up in these allegories of, they want us to wake up, the LBR. because they know they're in trouble. The plan is, they might be holding some ancient knowledge of our great forefathers. They might be holding some great information. Science that we have already bring to us, and other sciences that are open. Talking about money, there's no such thing as money. There's energy that Cameron's talking about. Now, these people that are in power right now off of our knowledge is in power because of a reason. Because we abused our power and knowledge. And maybe that's why we went to sleep before we destroyed ourselves. Out of existence. Now we're bringing ourselves back into the right self of existence to navigate so we can start knowing how to take care of our resources that somebody else is taking care of. We're the richest, wealthiest beings on this whole planet. Northwest of Mexico has one of the highest oil resources. That we're not controlling our own Islam. That we're not controlling our own energy. So somebody else has to. We can talk how intelligent as we want, but if we're not in the higher self, it's a waste of time.
Okay, go ahead, man.
So it's a waste of time if we're not in our higher self.
One of the other technologies we have, or had, was the pendulum.
Go like down on compass.
Yeah. When the pendulum's in the middle, you're not asking it nothing. You can ask it things, and it will swing, yes or no. That was one of the ways we made decisions. Is through energy, body, of what we're about to do or whatever decisions we're about to take. Because everything you do is energy, emotion, emotion, energy with motion. Right? When it swings counterclockwise, it's a no. In some people, you'd have to have your own pendulum to see that. Clockwise is yes. And like I said, vice versa with some people. You have a pendulum for yourself, and it worked out the way. Right? All you have to do is ask the questions, because all these stones are alive. Everything's alive. Everything has information. Water has information. If you were to raise your vibration and put some water on your hands, this water will tell you where it came from. A tree, the rocks, the stones, everything has vibration and information in it. So when you're thinking that you can't find, how am I going to find all this information? A lot of it is really through the touch and being in the vibration of that object. These are wands. This is a wand. Just like how your mother said, don't point at people. Your fingers have, your body has over 160 sub-chakras. You have 7 major ones that correspond with the planets. Mercury, Mars, Pluto, Neptune. Sub-chakras always, picture yourself walking around and every part of you is spurting out light. So when you're pointing at things, you're spurting out light. This amplifies anything that's an extension from you is an amplifier. You can, a piece of wood, you can open up a porthole. You can open up portholes, but just throwing your finger in clockwise motion, which is very dangerous because spirits, or what you call perceived spirits, will come through, which is really energy bodies that will come through the dimensions. You are sitting in, we are sitting in dimensions right now. Every dimension from you is 90 degrees of your position. The way you get to those dimensions is through your emotions. So every time you have an emotion, you jump into a dimension. Okay? So if you want to stay in that rich, I'm rich dimension, always feel like you're rich, even when you think you don't have it. Go ahead.
Now, because you talk about like opening photos and stuff and energies. I was doing some research on like music and what it does to like create.
Music?
Yeah. They were saying we're talking about Baroque classical music. I don't know if you guys have heard of it before. Of that era. And they say like it's synchronized to the left and the right hemisphere, to put you in an alpha state to learn higher. And then I was also noticing that like your earphones.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if like maybe something that helps you. I don't know.
What, earphones?
Yeah, your earphones. If something's like.
For his, well, it could be, right? Isn't that for your phone?
This is for my phone.
But you could listen to music.
I can listen to music through it. It's, you know technology has. Earphones is made for everything. As long as you plug it in.
I gotta tell you, these young brothers are dealing at a high. They're already on a high level right now. These brothers are slow.
In the headphones that you you listen to the
Like all the time or whatever.
Yeah, music, they say that, you know, I heard some people say that, you know, hip hop's bad, it's crazy. It's not hip hop. It's the
I never said hip hop is bad.
it's the energy that's put behind it.
Yeah, but they're using it as a weapon now.
Using it as a weapon or it's either to cure it, right? My Grand Sheik, he has an album out, and his energy on records is amazing. So if you're on that vibration, then you understand everything he's saying and exercise it. Opposed to if you're listening to a Weezy or somebody, and he's talking something that has nothing to do with you, then you say, yeah, it's bad. But not all music's bad. It's the way it's portrayed and how it's presented to the people and marketed.
It's funny because I was listening to some old music the other day, that stuff that people were dancing with in the clubs, you know what I mean? And I sit down for the first time I listened to the words, and I said, I was really dancing to that? I mean, because when I sit back and look at the lyrics, I'm saying, damn, man, I didn't realize it. Because I didn't realize how the low chakra that music was when they said that. Yeah, I mean, I was puffing my buff and I was dancing to the music, but I still listened to the words and I said, stop, what? Yeah. Man, I don't believe I was dancing to that.
The thing about music that I do agree with is, yes, nowadays, the instrumentals is very fake.
Yeah, it's all synthetic.
When you listen to the music, it sounds like a bunch of computers put together. It's not authentic, like, because I'm a drummer. I've been a drummer since 7 years old, and when I hear drum beats on the new beats that y'all listen to,
it's not the same thing.
It's not the same, because I can put that better feeling in it. You know, as a being, you have feelings you can put into it. Yeah,
computer can't. Computer can only put in tones that you want to bring up.
Vibration or energy into it.
Yeah, just like if you're watching those singing competitions. Yeah, you go, oh, that girl can't really sing. And then someone comes up, it looks like nothing, and then all of a sudden they're wailing, and you're like, wow, whoa, it's cold. Because that person either dreamt or was meditating, oh man, I'm gonna be a star, I'm gonna be a star, I'm gonna be a star. They got the energy so much in them that what they put out sounds great.
Yeah, touch people, like
Touch you.
Yeah.
I've had times like where I keep track of like things I've seen in the Astro 27. Well, he knows that. We'll talk about that. I've had times where I thought of like a certain celebrity, right? Just before I went to sleep. And then when I went to sleep, I seen like where they lived, and I was talking to them, handshake, I could everything. Yeah. And I've had, well, it's even the female ones too, but that's but it's like, I've had times where like, even there's other people that have the same type of thing where I mentioned with telepathy and everything else.
Right.
And they see me appear in theirs, and I don't even have to say anything, and they, like a certain, like say I met a certain type of name recognition person, right?
Right.
I would meet that person, then that person would tell me that I met them, but I never told them that I spoke to them.
Well, that's
how I'm getting.
That can come a lot of ways because you are a cell phone walking.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is just think or call or invoke. I can call my brother Omar mentally if I think of it long enough, or vice versa. And then they can phone you, right? You don't need a phone. All these things are just holding you back.
That's what I call cell. That's what I call cell phone.
Yeah, because it acts with your cells. The thousands of cells in your body that vibrate every day. And when you catch a vibration, you put it. I feel like calling Johnny, and Johnny walks to the door because you already knew this vibration coming.
It's just like another time I was like thinking about somebody from Chicago, right? It was we're speaking everything. Then my friend who has the same type of telepathic levels, he was in a dream in Chicago, but I never even told him about this interaction with somebody from Chicago. And then he sees me in Chicago at a party in Chicago.
That's also deja vu. You can go ahead because you're multi-dimensional, like I said earlier on. You can go into the future, past, present. Right now we're living all of that.
What you're describing are out-of-body experiences.
Yeah.
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 You can do a healing.
Or like this morning, I'll give you another example. Like last night I was talking about something to do with Las Vegas. Then somebody, as soon as I log on to Facebook, somebody from that state
trying to add me.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Synchronicity, that's what's called.
Yeah.
It's where you're parallel to everything.
You're parallel to everything, and you understood how to get onto that vibration with those people. And that happened, that occurred.
But it's a good thing that people have to keep track of these things. That's how you can kind of see your progress.
And that's why we're here. We're here to show you how to control it and be able to use it all the time. You should be able to do all these things all the time without cell phones or anything that you have this technology to help you in the physical world. Right? There's another thing I didn't bring with me. It's called an organite. It's in a pyramid shape and comes with different materials, copper. It's made of copper, aluminum, different ones. You can make them in different. You can make them differently, and what that does is help bring in energy and take out the bad energy. It changes and transmutes energy from negative to positive. So you might want to get one of those in your house. It's an organizer. It's a pyramid shape. Oh, this one. This is one. You want to?
It's the kind of shit you let me Hey, listen, no way.
Pass it around.
Copper inside of it, yeah.
Yeah.
You can buy these too, by the way.
You buy them anywhere at the metaphysics stores or rock stores, trade stores.
What is, what's his name, the older gentleman, Oregon Energy or something like that?
Oregon Energy, yeah.
What's his name, he sells them on his site.
Delbert Blair?
Yes, yeah, Delbert Blair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great in your house because they act like these rocks. If you can't collect these rocks, you want to get an organite in the house.
Another question. Those purple crystals or whatever, what's it called again?
And amethyst.
Now my dog, her name is German Shepherd? Not the one in Nova Scotia, but the one I've heard. Came home and threw, I didn't even know he ate a rock, found one of those in the park. We were in the park, because that's the place where we were at. Then he came home and threw it out in the kitchen. There was a purple stone like that with the little bit, but it was just a chunk, not a big thing like that. I didn't know what that was, but I said,
It was summer home tea.
I was like, man, what's he eating rocks, throwing them up, you know what I mean? But
That rock probably chose him and knew he was coming back to you. Exactly.
and he threw it up in the kitchen floor.
You should have cleaned it.
I did. I kept some tea.
Yeah.
didn't mention it.
But Hawaii?
Yeah.
They have crystal skulls that are made out of thank you, silicone like this. Crystal skulls.
You still not
Right. These crystal skulls were back in the day when we were about to leave the plane on Earth, what you call death. We look at the crystal skull and reserve our energy by putting ourselves into the skull and using that as a reason. Nowadays we have urns and put that up in the shelf. But back in the thousands of years ago, we used to just look at the crystal skull and put our energy right into it before we died and put it in our house. As there's Uncle, he's over here.
Oh yeah.
And when you want to go talk to Uncle, you just pick up the skull and look it through the eyes. You can talk to Uncle and he'll tell you things that you need to know. That's one of the technologies we had. I want to give everybody here all your birthstones. So if you find a store near you in Hamilton, you can go pick up your own stones. I think you are you're Scorpion, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. You write about to get Ruby down?
Ruby?
No,
Yeah.
one with this one.
How about August?
What's yours?
August.
August. You're what? Libra? A Virgo?
No, Leo.
Leo?
Yeah.
Write down Onyx.
Is what?
O-N-Y-X.
O-N-Y-S.
Next one, Amber.
What's it called?
Amber.
Amber.
A-M-B-E-R. Citrine. Which is this
sun, the sun produces like, so I guess like I'll have like many like.
Because you're Leo and you represent the sun.
Yeah.
In astrology, you are the sun.
Yeah.
So most of your stones are sun stones.
Yeah.
So you get a garnet like this. This is a red garnet. Pick up a red garnet. They come in different colors too, so don't be shy. Peridot. Peridot. P-E-R-I-D-O-T. Very good for wallets. So it's just like the jade stone or the emerald. Those stones always bring fiat or energy like that.
Yeah.
And fiat's not real, it's fake. So it's bringing that kind of energy. Everybody needs a quartz crystal. Everybody needs to have quartz crystal in the spot.
That's the basics.
That's the basics.
You got the quartz, you got the quartz with the needles in it too.
Yeah.
It's called tourmalated or something like that.
That's it. When you have a quartz crystal, it's going to be as small as this, enough to fit in your pocket, but it's going to come like this. And like my brother was saying, this is the terminated side.
Yep.
Right? The negative side and positive side. When you're trying to project things, you want the sharp ends out. When you're trying to receive things, put the back out.
And there's smoky quartz too.
There's a smoky quartz.
That's for if you're angry, you just hold it for a bit.
There you go.
What is it called? The smoky quartz.
It's similar to the crystal quartz, but it's got a smoky hue to it.
Yeah, it's cloudy.
This is a smoking quartz right here.
I'm just gonna be placing like rocks like behind like some people's houses. Like.
Yeah, you can put rocks in the garden and put them in the aquarium, have an aquarium and have a moray wheel in it. And he's got all kind of citrine and those type of rocks to keep his health going, keep the energy in him going. That's it for, what were you? You're a Leo?
We're all Leos.
And Ruby for you also, Leo. Ruby for you also. What are you?
Leo.
You're also a Leo? Same stones? How about you?
Virgo.
Virgo? You're gonna get a carnelian. This is a carnelian. It's a sunstone also.
Can you push that for me?
C-A-R-N-E-L-I-A-N.
You got the brighter red ones too.
Yeah. Jasper. You're gonna need an agate. A-G-A-T-E. Agate is the oldest stone on the planet. If you have an agate, most of these stones you won't really need because an agate stone absorbs a lot of energy and helps you balance your energy.
Tree agate for money. Tree agate for money.
Tree agate?
The tree agate one is for money.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Then there's a
it's
moss
got little
agate.
spots in it.
Yeah, there's different types of agates. Moss agate, tree agate, right? Get a peridot too, peridot.
Tree agate.
And also a ruby for you.
Paris or Peter? Peridot?
Yeah, peridot.
And the last one you said, sir?
Ruby. How about you?
Taurus.
Taurus? Taurus, you're gonna pick up a tourmaline. It's a black stone. We were talking about it earlier. It's one of the most powerful stones out there. It's in the line of the super stones.
It's just like jet.
It's not jet. It's got silver bits in it. It's different from onyx. Onyx is full jet black.
Saturn is the Saturday stone.
There you go.
Saturn, yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Get a tourmaline, a titanium quartz. titanium quartz. Matter of fact, I suggest everybody have a titanium quartz because it also helps you process things better when you get information. Okay? Selenite. This one is made out of selenite. If you have pain in your body, all you do is take selenite and just hold it. Either hold it in your hand or just put it over the body. Wherever the pain is. It takes out all pain.
How do you spell that?
S-E-L-E-N-I-T-E. Rose quartz for you also. Rose quartz, I didn't bring one with me, but it's a pink stone. It's a stone of love. If you live with a woman, your wife or a girlfriend, you might want to keep that stone up. There's one right there. You might want to keep that stone
Everybody get our rubber.
We don't want to go get it.
I don't want to say be homo, because that's a feeling, but it brings out the attributes of your love for things, right? You have that stone on you, you might not even kill an ant, you won't kill nothing, you won't even be mad at anything. People try to be mad at you, try to fight you and all that stuff. You more to calm the situation and deal with it better than actually put a pause on it.
Friday's the best day for it too.
There you go.
Yeah, there's special days for those rocks too, no?
Yes.
Jeez.
Yep.
My different position different, and that's crazy.
That's where astrology comes in. That's why you need to know all the stars. Anybody else?
Yeah, Aries.
Aries? You get the bloodstone. It's a green stone with a red bloodstock dye. Can't miss it. Get an amethyst, which is this stone right here. When you get these stones, like I said, you can get them either rough or tumbled. Right? For now, you might want to just get them tumbled just to see what they do. Right? How they help you in your everyday life. You're going to need a carnelian. You're also going to need a actual coral from under the sea. Coral. It's kind of hard to find because we don't live nowhere near a sea, so you have to actually order that out. I've only found one store in Toronto, in the whole of the city of Toronto, that has coral, and not a lot. But they do have it. But the majority of the time, you would have to order it because you don't have.
There's a couple shops here in Hamilton that actually you can actually sell corals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go up here because it's very hard to find. A lot of these stones are very, some of them are expensive.
I used to know that they actually grew corals. But he stopped doing that and grew something else.
Should have stuck to this.
Yeah.
A lot of these stones are not, I always keep saying expensive, but they're not really. It's only the ones that are, they turn to gems, the diamond or the ruby. This ruby, because it's not cut and shining and polished, doesn't cost $60,000.
It's raw.
Got this for $1 because it's raw. Now, if I had a jeweler friends that knew how to cut, then I can make it $60,000. Easy. Okay?
Wait, what's that called again?
Ruby.
You know what I'm saying?
Rose quartz.
But if you reclaim back your nationality and wake up the family, we can extract all that, everything else that's there. You get about that, that's 60,000 ain't nothing if you're in the abundance of wealth you really have.
Yeah.
opens up your mind to like,
Melchizedek?
Yeah. Everybody should have this stone. This stone, you have to be very, very careful with it. Okay? A lot of 99% of the stones you can clean with water. This stone you cannot. You put this in water, you just made the water poisonous or acidic.
So why is that? Why is that?
It's made out of salts, certain salts,
Okay.
and carbohydrates. And once it touches water, alchemically it turns into poison. Okay? But it's a good stone to keep one in your pocket. Don't get it wet. Alright? And that's it. These are the stones. You should collect them. There's 6,000 of them. So don't let that doesn't kill you. Take your time and collect each of them. Learn their form, use them, and keep good health. Islam.
Great first class, so my first classmate.
If you want to come up, take a look at some of these stones, fill them out, right? You're feel free.
Bro, I saw this one right here. What they would do is somebody would be laid down on here, right? And then they would put it on charge of their body. This is like this.
Yeah.
That's where I saw this. I'm just like, oh, that's what they do.
They use it to go over your chakras to see what part of your body is easy. And then they can fix it in there. Reiki master, if you know the Reiki. It's an energy that can heal your body.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. The movements and stuff like that. That's why I love Tai Chi and stuff like that.
So when you find that what's called body pendulum, so I use Reiki. It's over it and then heal those bodies.
Remember you at the press on
Yeah.
so she remember our school bus?
The school bus, like, was your Chinese bus?
Finish off the year.
Yeah, it's good to talk as we never
Is that here all day?
Calm down, look at that. First one, drop the mic. Islam.
We could let's give Brother Cameron another. Good session. So now we got the energy, you know, calm down a little bit, stop sweating.
He looks like he's doing the ringer or something.
Don't worry, we're gonna. It's going up on YouTube later.
Yeah. Gotta give it to him. So we're out here at Alan McNabb. So you're gonna go do some research on that gentleman right there. Because he played a big part in the unification between Upper and Lower Canada, right? And this whole, you know, fraud that they got going on. Paolo Brown was a brother from the 1820s from Philadelphia, and then he came to Hamilton or something to that effect. He came to Hamilton. It's listed that he came to Hamilton as a free man, not a rural slave, right? So there's been oh yeah, and also too, they say that he died a pauper because he was a town crier. So the guy who goes around, rings the bell, giving messages, reading stuff or whatever like that.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, and all that stuff, right? So that was in the 1820s. By the time he died, there was already, you know, the unification of, you know, Upper Lower Canada or whatever like that, and he made his place of residence was like people's basement and whatever like that. People give him a pass, you know. So he was kind of the town dummy or whatever. But then when you go read all his speeches and stuff like that, you know, he's talking about people violating certain rights of people and lynching people and things of that nature, right? So and there's not too much info on him, right? There is, I know there's a couple of libraries out here, I think, that had the article that he wrote about slavery. So Paolo Brown and Alan McNabb, there's some stuff to check out, you know, to find something. I'm sure you'll find something since you're out here. What happened to the Moors after 1492? Now, we're gonna start a little prior to that date. Right, so 1492 is the date that the reference point that we're kind of using. There's a book called Treaty of Peace and Friendship that you can get on rqapublications.com. And what we're gonna do is just read a little bit of this. Page 18, dealing with the Renaissance. The Renaissance involved a massive and protracted interjection and promulgation of arts, letters, the classics, mathematics, medicine, literature, chivalry, grammatication, orthology, architecture, engineering, horticulture, anatomy, alchemy, chemistry, algebra, astrology, astronomy, geography, cosmology, cosmogony, yoga, chess, Gnosticism, jurisprudence, and principles upon which to sustain moral and ethical government, etc. The most potent and influential era of the Renaissance was from 14th to 16th centuries. Thus, it spanned from the 1300s until the 1500s. That was when the greatest and most direct impact was made. These intellectual, linguistic, scientific, and cultural advancements set solid, tried and true, and lasting foundations for viable and progressive advancement that established reliable groundwork for the Europeans. These ancient yet advanced civilization Moabite principles and precepts enabled the Europeans to refine and to improve their architectural and horticultural skills, their capacities to better design cities, provinces, and towns, and to build to improve that which already existed, were quickly accelerated. These opportune and advocatory upliftments by the Moors gave them the substance and means to establish and to stabilize meaningful universities and other social, economic, and viable political institutions. The intellectual, scientific, literal, and governmental capacities of the European beneficiaries of the impacting Renaissance are supremely unnumbered. The high culture and varied multi-development achievements of that historical relationship, supremely fostered of Moorish influence upon Europe, and the succeeding and positive impacts made upon the world, are very important reference keys to any spurious historians. The same applies to every social realist and to any curious student of human relations. The traditional and blindly accepted misdirected conditions of sociological, political, and anthropologically engineered ignorance is not accidental, nor due to mistake. Misinformation permeates the communities of the oppressed national people and was strategically caused by the practiced European colonial book burnings, knowledge suppressors, and peonage promoting slaveholders occupying the American continents and islands. These dead culture activities have been preserved, maintained, and administered by their greed-driven European Inquisitionist descendants. So, from this point on, we have an Inquisition against the Moors and the Jews. Right? Inquisitionists now, when we look at this from a historical perspective, when we say, like how the brother was saying earlier about the European being the beast, right? This is what we're going towards. This is what we want to address it as this, so that we can tie these individuals that are causing whatever on us to some type of point in history. So we're actually identifying a party. We're not just identifying, illusions. So they say Inquisitionists, you know what, people who study know what you're talking about, which is majority of the people who are abusing us. They already have this information that Moors have. It's not something new to them, right? Another term is communists. Addressing them as these terms, right? So that we can have a historical
reality.
A historical reality attached to our abuse that we know that we're getting. That it's not secret that, somebody who doesn't look like us is constantly abusing us. We got the highest population of males in prison, the highest population of females in prison, the highest population of people that don't graduate high school. highest population of single mothers, highest population of baby daddies drowning. Everything is you know, as far as our abuse, we're the highest in everything.
Yes.
Right?
And it's not a little man with horns and pitchforks.
Right, that's causing us issues, right? It's an actual historical fact why we're in the position that we're in. But if we don't identify the cause, right? If we don't identify the cause,
What do you think?
if we don't identify the cause, we're not going to understand the effect. If we don't identify that there is a party that took the position of making Moors and Jews appear to be uncivilized people. When you do the research on the Renaissance, you find out that these so-called uncivilized people civilized everybody.
This is why I'm in agreement with you when we made the statement about the beast. No, but I'm saying that's why we are making it clear that we can't ever forget, yes, they are our brothers, but don't forget there are some people out there who are quite happy to keep you insane and watch you die.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I think when we use that term beast, we have to remember in the back of their mind that not all of them, 70% may want to be on us, 30%, 25% might be just going along with it. But there are 5% up there who see us as stakes on the table, right?
Right.
To be eaten and to pull and to do the work for you. You're their slave.
And that's the system, the protocol that's going on till this very day.
That's why in the Constitution was first written of America is that we were no more than 2/3 of cattle.
Right, but
There's a reason for that.
that's not these people,
No.
right? Again, going back to the historical, right? So you mentioned right? So you mentioned the Constitution,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
That's a historical fact. The Constitution itself is a historical fact, right? This historical fact labeled certain people 3/5 of a human being, right? These people are 5/5 or 1 or unified.
As a nation.
Right? These people are 3/5, which is part. And separated. And if they're this, if they're separated, meaning nationless, then they fall under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition and the colonists.
Islam, Mark, you put that together great.
I don't want to just use a reference. It's like saying that we're dogs and they're humans, where would the dogs be? In the doghouse, right? That's where they would live. So that's what we end up. If we're not full human, then we're something else, and then we can be treated like something else. And then if we agree to be something else, then we are agreeing to that activity. That's what the other brother was saying. Instantly you raise yourself to the level where you are them, then it's back on them again. They still may do what they're going to do, but at that point, you and they both know that what they're doing is wrong. And that it falls back on them in the spirit that our brother was talking about.
And that goes into nationless, no nationality.
So when we do the research on the Inquisitionists and the Inquisition, you're going to bump into information about the Moors and Jews. And the Jews are our people, right? Now, these people are also tied to Germany and Hitler. But even in this historical reference point, right, of Nazi occupation, you have individuals that were called this that look like us. It wasn't just European Jews that were going through this. There was Jews that looked like us that were going through this at the same time. So you can, it should be on YouTube. I think it's called Hitler's Black Jews. You should have the DVD over here. Hitler's Black Jews.
I would never know that in Mexico.
Yeah, right?
Well, you see, you should tie that in. The reason they did that was to steal our birthright.
Right. That's because remember that the Moors and Jews that were under this Inquisition in 1492, right? What happened to them is that
and Jews is a degree of knowledge, right? It's not a nationality, it's a degree of knowledge. So they stole our degree of knowledge, took it on themselves, and then cast us out of it. And that degree of knowledge is the same thing he's talking about, that spirituality. It's all connected together. So the Moors are of the Jewish lineage, but that's a Jewish sort of platform, the Jewish level of knowledge.
Science.
Yeah, science.
Right.
Maybe the Dark Ages or the Renaissance.
Just like Christianity, Christ is a degree of knowledge as well, which they lowered down to then become a control system.
Yeah.
Oh,
They dumbed it down.
Right. All of this stuff has been dumbed down to keep us enslaved. What was supposed to free us, they turned it around to enslave us.
right?
Backwards.
Exactly.
Reverse.
Right? So after, and then you're gonna do your that's also a reference point, historical reference point. Moors in Spain. When you put that in any search, whatever, stuff is gonna come up. So after they got the Moors out of Spain in 1492, the Moors took to the seven seas and went in every direction that they know. They got home somewhere else. They don't have to worry about Spain or whatever like that, and they did what they did. Our focus is going to be the Moors that came to the west, right? The Moors that left Spain, went west, and then you hear also at this same time, New World being found by Christopher Columbus at this same time. So this date has two historical markers. One is kick the Moors out of Spain, and then the other is Christopher Columbus discovered something. But then when you do the research on Christopher Columbus, you find out that Spain didn't exist, right? Spain only came together because of a king and a queen that realized, Ferdinand and Isabella, that realized that if they don't stop this, what they call encroachment or expansion of the Moors, there would be no Europe. They would cease to exist, right? Which is really Catholicism, not really European nations. Their real nation is their religion, right? So their religion was about to be eradicated from the planet, and they started to come together as brothers under adversity to deal with this issue of Islam trying to tidal wave them out of history, right?
Is that when they tried to convert them into Christianity and start calling them Moriscos?
Right. So during this time, either you were Islam or Catholic. Okay? ones that couldn't go east, west, north, south, and stayed, they became Morisco. Right?
Can I just interrupt for a moment? The other thing though, Catholics believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was a Jew.
Right.
So yet again, that's the same lie again that they're trying to tell you, right? They're trying to disconnect you from it, but the same philosophy they have to use is the crystal mind, which is the Jew.
Right.
So they tell you that Catholicism doesn't connect with Judaism, yet it is Judaism.
Yeah.
So it's still a lie. So that's the confusion. So yet again, it's all about your chakras and your energies. You're then agreeing with a hypocrisy. Right? Because the Christ is still there, supposedly the Christ. And the Christ isn't even that guy. Because he's European.
Yeah.
That ain't even him.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Another lie on top of the lie.
He's Greek.
The name Jesus comes from Greek.
Right.
And it stands for Zeus. So that
Right.
Never used to exist. Never existed. A bishop put it in with it by making an A with it. An I, who called it a J.
Right. And then you can also.
And what Jesus said to us, Jesus, which is he's us.
Yeah.
That's what Jesus said.
So there's no one person.
And they still sell Morisco biscuits and pasta over here. There's a product over here, Morisco chocolates. Yeah. Biscuits and.
They got a lot of more stuff in Europe because we had that brother from Europe come over and explain it to us from Germany one time.
Right. Yeah.
And he's bringing us photos and showing us what all the things with Moors on it
Right.
in Germany.
Exactly. So, with regard to, Catholicism, Jesus and all that, you can just go to 325 AD Council of Nicaea. And then that will give you the history of Christianity, so-called religion from the European perspective.
Oh yeah, that's when Emperor Constantine, I think.
Right.
Yeah, assembled all these people.
Right.
To
That's right, the Nicene Council.
Right.
To create
The Bible as we know it today.
to make sure to have you enslaved with the information, but not know the real stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why the Bible was created with just 4 books to pacify you, four Gospels. The other Gospels were left aside and or burned and discarded. And it's only recent years of excavation that they've come back up with the true stories.
And that's why
That could be Bible.
saying this.
It's similar thing, but they're also coming up with the Gospels of Thomas, the Gospels of Peter, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene.
And that's also why they spent so long.
What you got there?
Nicene?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Nicene and also to Pentateuch and Septuagint.
That's why also they spent 130 years burning books.
Yeah, they did.
To make sure that they never got the information. Right? So we get rid of all the information and we give you the information that we want you to have. That way you never know the truth.
How many years did they burn books?
300.
Okay. You hear how many years they took them to burn all that information? And they still didn't burn
They
it all?
still didn't get rid of everything.
Well, they couldn't.
Yes.
The last thing I wanted to say on this too was that, remember, everything that we are reading and learning is from us. It's all ours. That's the same thing. All the information is ours as well. But they had taken it and put their slant on it. Everything you see, read, and think comes from us. Me and Grant Chief were having this conversation way up here. We created them. Look at what they've done. Some of the stuff's been marvelous. Some of the stuff's been absolutely crazy. We created the European that you see there. All that information came from us. We were here before them. All had to come from us. They're disconnected. We think that that's theirs. It's ours. It's ours. All of it's ours. They don't have
In
it.
words, what the brother saying, everything you can see in your eye,
And your
belongs to
mind.
you, belongs to you.
Yeah.
Everything. But that's going to be hard. That's going to be hard to disconnect from the training and the indoctrination and the stuff. Because I was talking about this too. I was talking about, think about it. You're looking to see who our gods are. It's LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, it's Stevie Wonder. They're just, what they've done is they've taken all of what we should really be and made it into entertainment, into this level. So if you're going to be successful, you're either going to be an entertainer or a baller.
Tupac, more, Beyonce.
Right? They never talk about the other stuff. And you notice this, they never talk about any of the shit going on in Africa or Africa and all the pride, all the gods that must be there doing their stuff. You never hear about that. So you gotta also ask yourself, what also is in it that they're not telling us? as well as everything negative that you see that they're putting negative spin on, is probably something you should be focusing on. Because that's probably the shit that's really yours. It's really yours.
Just to confirm what the brother saying is that, you know, even in the Bible says that thou shalt not have no other gods before thee, for thou is a jealous God. Now, come on. That is an oxymoron within itself.
Yeah.
God want us not to be jealous, but yet he gonna be jealous.
But that goes by learning the rules of English, because like in English class I learned about like similes and all that stuff too. But not every I'm not gonna say character but like not every parent knows that, because like my grandma grew up saying, why read a book? Why read a book? But she reads the Bible every day and she can't understand like the metaphysics of the Bible. So that's why we're more conscious with the English.
Well, see, like, even on that level, they're not going into the Bible with an esoteric mindset. They're going into the Bible with, you know, God left something there. So I'm going to go read that and get what God got up. When really, you know, God's not in there.
And get I'd like to mention on top of everything we're talking about. They don't lie to us. These LBRs make movies. This movie's called Hawaii. They're talking about Moors. If you know anything about Hawaii, you know the Moors. They're not lying to us. They got biblical stuff in here, sent away to where? Europe somewhere? Greece. They don't lie. You watch stuff, once you open up your mind to being
higher vibrations.
Being denationalized, having no nation, nationalism. This is what happens when we're denationalized. We become pets.
Right. Also,
educated pets.
Also,
you can read.
You can't connect to anything.
You can read.
You can't connect.
You can read. Still talk over there saying you're a slow learner or whatever, just like they try to do me. They didn't want the greatness in you to learn what words really meant. Etymology of words.
Oh, because I was learning on my own kind of. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Exactly. See, now you realize what it is. That's what it is.
They have reading words every time on time.
So the thing is,
The point is this.
I just want to get to this. Hold on for 1 second. We're like educated pets. Some people can read better. Some can do mathematics better. But they're not breaking down and knowing what they're reading. There's whoever's reading Bibles or whatever they're reading or whatever they're doing. Signs and symbols like on his hands or whatever signs and symbols, what energies, whatever. We're educated pets or non-educated pets. But if we're going to be educated, let's find out why. Like what Brother Ranshik is teaching us today. How this all happened since, what is it there behind you, 1492? That's all I'm trying to say. As you young Moors are going to be great teachers and scholars to teach the young and unborn. You guys got great work ahead of you. But all this talking from what we've been through and everything like that, experiences, whatever, we got to stick to the facts that the Grand Sheik is trying to teach us. We got to know what words mean, the grandmothers mean, whatever. If we're going to be educated, let's use this education to stop this backward stuff that we've been going through. Right. That's all I want to tell you, young brothers, because what's going on that board right now, the Grand Sheik is telling us, is nationality and being denationalized and becoming racist, and knowing what this really is historically. Not some mystical devil, beast, and all that stuff that we were talking about, wasting our time on trying to, there's no big eyes we're going to use here, but this is what will get us out of this mess.
Okay, brother here had a thought.
No, it's okay.
Notice in school too, with numbers, they don't teach you what they mean. That's why most kids, when they go to school for math or anything else, they're so intimidated. Notice?
Right.
It's because they haven't taught. You're supposed to really teach what numbers really mean. Why their uses. Notice how better people are now that you left school for math than when you were in it now. Notice how it now starts to make more sense.
Because you're over your life using it.
Yes, because now you can see now.
Became practical.
Yes, and now you can see the number 10 correspond with your number 6. That's the idea. Or 9.
It's the same reason like when we're in school, gentlemen. When you go to school, we learn everything about his story. We don't do nothing about our story, our history. That's why later on in life we have opportunities like this to be in this here kind of surrounding with this kind of positive higher knowledge, it's better for us. It's even better if we had brought our little kids in here. Because they're the ones who are really running with this information, who are grab it and swallow it, because they know what's true.
Not only that, they haven't been programmed.
That's right.
We're programmed too, right?
That's right.
But as I said, one of the things I want to keep reminding you brothers, all of you, you are blessed because somehow you guys have opened up.
Yes.
As I said, I come to Hamilton and do the filming. They have the national headquarters, the Masonic headquarters is here in Hamilton. Right? I've been in there, got some of the books and stuff like that's our knowledge, that's our stuff. You guys are blessed, eh? Just remember, go with this.
Going there?
You couldn't go, no, they wouldn't let you, that's the thing, they let us in because we were filming, right? So that's the thing, when you do this, it's all about business for them too, right? They rent you out, I heard $10,000 a day.
We got one of the Shriners buildings down there. Seriously, we got the Shriners building, it has a melanated face like ours, for stores.
Carbonated.
Carbonated, yeah, carbonated.
There's no melanin out there in the spectrum.
Well, you know what I mean, though. It had our type of face on there in the store. You see that place?
Yes. It's music for that.
Because I was visiting somewhere one day and we were just driving and I said, hey, look.
And they never paid attention to it.
I seen it. I was like,
Yeah, and they never pay attention.
And one good thing about being so-called being, if they try to make you a slow learner, it's like what Omar said, you never got trained. You taught yourself.
That's what it is.
See what I mean? It doesn't stick, that their training can't stick to you.
Right.
See, that's why I see things differently, because I've never been trained. They couldn't train me. They tried to put me in the corner with a dunce cap on.
I remember one time in high school, in St. Pat's, remember? They kicked me up to school because the teacher asked me a question to go through a math question on the board. I did the math question on the board. After I did the math question, looked at it and I said, you know something? If I reverse this, what you just gave me, I come up with a different number at the end. She said, it's impossible. I did it, put the other number up there. She said, you can't do that. I said, you better go call your professor. She was so embarrassed in front of her class that I was kicked up the next day. Because we already have this knowledge in us.
But then and the issue is that we'll get kicked out and they kicked us out of school.
In fact, the same year,
they just took your shackles off.
there were 15 more to go for the football team, and all 15 more to cut the same friggin' day.
Sorry, what happened?
Remember, 15 of us more went off for the St. Pat's High School team. We were kicking ass on this field, grabbing shit, hitting this, hitting that, deacon that, and come time for time to pick a team, all 15 more were cut.
That's because there's a heavily Albion school.
Absolutely.
Right. And they know that
We were still the show.
in the mindset of
The Inquisition.
we just performed an inquisition to bury these people. You can't have them on no football team running stuff and all that.
Exactly.
But wait, what then what they did is they reversed that later.
Right.
When they realized all the gods were there, those big men that you see playing football, it made them corporations now, and now we've enslaved them, right? That man's taking us, or Michael Jordan is taking his payoff, but the man who's running the show is getting 10 times as much.
Well, the perfect analogy is, you see Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille is what we call rich. But he ain't wealthy. The man that signs his check is wealthy. Exactly.
People don't know the science of that. I try to explain that, but like I don't know too much like you guys do, right?
No, there's no
You know that. You do know everything. That's what we need together.
Costa Rica always says there's no big eyes or little U's.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Always remember
Let me
there's
tell
no
you
big
this,
eyes or
you're
little
a genius right now because you're in this room, eh? That's one of the things you have to start getting, and that's where the studying comes from, when you can start backing yourself up. The fact that you're in this room puts you at PhD level over 98% of the other people. Just the fact that you come into this room, so you never forget that. And always remember too that they're always going to be looking to dumb you down. I've been in places where I know what I'm talking about is right. They can't admit to that shit.
Because everybody can't qualify.
That's why you also have to be careful when you're going out and spreading the word too. Remember to analyze the person you're talking to, because some of the stuff, the way you're going to talk to them, it's like telling the guy at church that there's no Jesus. Jesus. He's gonna look to kill you. Better just say to him, better just say to him, let's go research where Christianity came from.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Find it.
Let's go check it out.
Yeah.
You know, opposed to,
You're just remember that, because you're gonna run into problems.
You're going to import problems. And you're going to import as the most standing in your square. They're going to first thing they're going to do is spit the court of everybody else.
Right.
Everyone else is the court.
yeah, to the court.
Because what comes into your mouth, to let yourself be walk on that court as a free person, stand on the square, then you have the information on it.
Yeah.
That's the off.
Because that breaks down the whole system. That's right, man.
Right, and keep in mind that, you know what, when all these things are tied in, when we say, you know, go to court and then they don't want to respect our whatever like that, or, you know, show your nationality card and they don't want to respect this, all that's imposition.
Yeah.
All that's the same stuff from 1492 or whatever, to stop the Moors and the Jews from being themselves. But if the Moors and Jews be themselves, then that means everybody else got to be themselves too.
Yes.
I was at a bus stop one time, and there was a delay for the bus, and there was this old man and woman looked like bikers or whatever, right? And they were just talking to me, just briefly out the conversation, just, you know, background, blah, 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 blah. Then he started going on about Portugal and everything else, and blah, 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 the people, they don't like live from there, blah, 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 blah. Then I kind of threw the Moor name just to see how they caught it, and they said, yeah, man, and they said that a lot of your people were here already prior to everything, and they were giving out the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was like two tan bikers, man and woman, they were giving out everything, and they were saying about how the real history of the world really starts with your people and everything else. And they were talking about how there was like Italy, Spain, and all that other stuff.
Right.
And it was like biker.
Right.
And they were giving out everything.
That's a good lane, right? Remember what we're talking about? Time, yeah, just put that up, right?
I even had a bus driver admit this to me one time.
Everybody got this up there?
Yeah. So a native bus driver once told me the whole
lineage.
He told me about how the whole slave history and everything, they've got it turned upside down. And he said that basically, he said about how there was wars and there was other, you know, versions of our people under different names and everything else, and how they had different ruling functions and everything else. And they were like, it was like, oh my God, they were telling the whole thing.
I had an Italian guy at Walmart getting mad at a black girl for not knowing that she's a woman. He was upset too, like he was mad. Because you don't know this. These people do. Yeah.
And that's why they don't like us, like, so, like, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Thank you. Because they're looking at us like,
you're crazy, you're like this, but like,
are you that mute?
Yeah.
Are you really that Helen Keller, you know? Are you really dumb, blind, and all that, how they're looking at us? Because they really know who we are. We're the only ones that don't know who we are.
And Don Cherry one time, I remember flipping through stage and he said something about how we have a different name that goes beyond Afro-American. I remember he said that one time, Don Cherry.
You see, that's the thing. You never know where the source of attempted information is going to come from. You understand?
But the problem is you have to have your ears open
to receive it,
to understand what you're actually being told.
Yeah.
Stevie Wonder did something for years. Stevie Wonder and Michael and all these kind of people did something for years.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I song that Stevie puts out
But the Moors?
No, it's another one, Superstition. That is song, if you listen to the words of that song, it's so before its time, it isn't funny, man.
They've been building. Listen, let everybody's talking here right now. If you're going to deal with anything, deal with the facts. Don't deal with hearsay, she say, he says, what you see or whatever.
that's my family right there, yo.
Deal with the facts for your own research.
Deal with the facts. You know, just with even the same thing, family, whatever, same thing. Council of Nicaea. You pull stuff up on your phone to show.
Oh,
If they don't want it, then, yeah.
so let me put it out there. So,
Yeah, put it up.
so the next
Actually, brother, you want to let them read it? So it could be their stuff.
So you want me to tell the thing about,
Yeah.
So I'm working on this film set right now, and this is a Taiwanese guy. He's telling him about my Japanese, my girlfriend from Nippon, and he's saying, well, did you know that Japan invaded my country, which was Taiwan, which is just below China?
Yeah.
So I go home to her, I start hitting her with, she's like, no, we never invaded anywhere. Anyways, he's saying, of course, they're always changing all the books, you understand this? So you never, that's why you have to do the research, right? Because the shit that they're telling you, 90% of the time is a lie. So then I come back to him and I say, well, listen, she says that didn't happen. He's like, oh, you got to check out the internet. So then we start talking about, somehow we get to the Americas, and he goes, do you know that you guys were here? This is a Taiwanese gentleman. He goes, did you know that you guys were here 200-300 years ago, and your name wasn't black? Right? Because we can somehow come up and use the term black Moor. So no, we got the story goes on. I said, yeah, I said, listen, we were Moors, we've been there. He goes,
No, I think the words they were using was negra.
yeah, he said something in his language. Like he said it in his language that I couldn't understand exactly what he's saying. So then I said, the main Indian that you see here walking around that Indian, he is the connection. He is the connection of the Chinese and us 5,000 years ago. We were here on this landmass, mating, and we created the Indian that you see. That Indian that you see comes from the Chinese and us.
The Chinese and the Mongolians,
Because they came over the top. You know, they said that Russia and Canada are tied to the top.
See, what they did, they came through when the land mass was still cracked together, usually from the ice, and it came across down through the land.
And they met us, and then we made it, and we created the Indian. The so-called Indian that you see here. And that's why they then give the Indian, they then pretend that that Indian
It's a touch.
is the guy who owns the land because he's taking the payoff.
Yeah.
Because they go into the reserve, they give them money, and then they can do business with them and say that it's their land. You see the thing, but it's really like, it's like it's my house, you come in, and I'm renting it to you, and then he comes over here and makes a deal with you, and you say it's my house. So all this is not out. So now, to go on with that, so then the guy goes, and I want to thank you. He says, because you guys came and brought technology to our country. This is a guy in Taiwan saying that we came over there hundreds of years ago and brought them out of darkness. This is just the man, I'm working with, who just broken it down to me that it was us. He goes, it was you guys who came and brought us out of darkness. It's there.
So when we talk about the Renaissance, that is exactly what was happening around that time, is that once we put them out there to go and migrate their land, we went back out there to basically bring them out of the darkness that they were in.
Because listen, they didn't shower for a month, 2 months. They didn't have running water.
The cleanest woman in Europe during the reign of Queen Victoria was Queen Victoria herself. And you know what? She bathed twice a year.
So there's a book that you need to go look up, it's called Dirt. Go get that book, it's called Dirt, D-I-R-T. Like it basically breaks down how they used to conduct themselves and how they used to live. It's just, go get that book.
That's why they don't want this Gene Gameshi thing to go out right now, because that's their...
We have a black law dictionary, that's what you do, it's a black law dictionary.
Yeah, a black law dictionary. They said that, and they made it, whatever you want, whatever you want. He's a Navy man, because when they finish with the report, he's going to he's going to
Yes.
So the last part of all of that, the last part, when he was talking about Renaissance, which is when we brought them out of darkness, there's then called the Reconstruction era, which is where they took all the books, got rid of them, and then rewrote the history, and then made sure to teach all of us that history, while teaching their guys the real history. So that's what.
But you can't. But you can't. They can't get rid of historical facts. Because they can burn books. they can do whatever, but they can't get rid of like something like this in Vietnam.
Can't hide it.
That we're not gonna see out here,
No.
right? They're not gonna show this out here to us, but it's out there.
Yeah, like a chopper.
As documented facts that, you know,
Well, this is like,
they just call themselves whatever they
see,
call
this
themselves.
information is going to be on like something like Africans in Asia. All right, that's something that y'all brothers can look up on the YouTube and
Yeah.
see for yourself. I think there's going to be about 14 seconds of it.
Yeah.
But when you go through it,
I think the whole thing's up now. Africans in Asia, Eugene Adams.
yeah. So if you get to see that, that'll bring up more of a, bring this more into focus for you guys, especially when it talks about the statues you're showing your time on. There's going to be things in this thing you're going to see where complete walls showing depictions of us today. That was done over 1,000 years ago, drinking, smoking, partying, going to hell. Hellenism. Yeah, and it shows all this shit in a wall that was built over 5,000 years ago.
The difference is in doing your research or whatever, just like the campaign started maybe a few weeks ago, right? That if you want to know about Moors, ask Moors. Don't ask black guys about Moorish history. You're not going to get anything. Don't ask African, Kemetic, whoever guys about Moorish history. They're going to lead you up to right here and have you think that that's where, but you know, they got fezzes in Cambodia, right? They got fezzes in Vietnam, right? But they're not going to talk about it from this perspective, that the people who are actually there were Moors, right? Because they wore fezzes and they wear turbans, and that's Moorish culture. Moorish culture, why? Because same thing, 1492, where do we go? East, west, north, and south.
But even before they were populated here.
Oh yeah,
even when it was Pangaea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why when Columbus came here,
It's on the statues of Easter Island.
it's on the statues.
And like you said, they can't deny
And
historical.
you can't hide things that are factual. You can just not talk about them. But not talking about them doesn't mean that it's gone, or that it's disappeared, or that it doesn't exist. It just means that they're trying to keep certain things out of people's attention.
Well, that's like Napoleon when he took a cannon and shot the nose off the Sphinx.
Right.
To hide the fact that there was of Moorish descent.
Yeah.
The features were all Moorish on the
Yeah.
face. And I didn't know that until I actually seen an older picture of the face.
Of the Sphinx, yeah. To really see
What
what the features were.
This is
Yeah.
what we call black people.
Right? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Okay.
So you got the Nicene Creed? Yeah.
Something to add on to. Yeah, something to add on to the Nicene Creed, right?
Are you pronouncing the scene nice?
Yeah, Nicene.
Nice.
Yeah, Nicene. The place is called Nicaea.
Okay, Nicene Creed, a Christian creed expanded from a creed issued by the First Nicene Council. Beginning, I believe in one God, and used in liturgy. Liturgical worship.
Right.
And then,
Which means word worship. Liturgy, right?
Right, liturgy.
Or you've been doing some studying more. You've been doing some studying.
So this is why when you do the research on quote unquote slave history, you realize that one of the biggest things that they didn't want so-called black people to do is read.
Oh, wait a minute, too.
Right.
You should put down, because of liturgy, first there was the word.
Now, yeah.
Okay, you ready to see?
Right into
So this is the basis of all religions or religion.
Word.
No, there's three of them, right? First there was the word.
It's the reserves thing. When he said a reserve for the peaceful native ones, that's probably what they're made out of reserves, right?
it took me that sense.
Because that's the way I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Because it's like the reservation, so the reservations is like the money that they have as a payout.
Right.
It's hush money to keep them quiet, to flip the script on nationality.
Right. Because everybody believes that, you know, they're the natives.
And another thing I think what's going on too is when they change these sport team names now, like Indians or Redskins, I think they're doing it to kind of like, it's kind of like extortion. They're kind of threatening, we're going to tell the real history, we're going to tell the real history, we're going to tell the real history, we're going to tell the real history. So they're holding that dangling sword over their head. So that, a lot of people ain't picking up on that. That whole thing when they're telling about, oh, we're going to scrap the Redskins name. They're trying to tell you that, we're going to tell the truth about you soon.
Yeah.
You know, disclosure.
Yeah. Well, another side of it too is that.
And they see the errors ending too. So, for disclosure, let's tell the truth.
But what's going on with the reserve, right? Because I used to live, like, my grandma lives in California, right? And those people are like, the natives are like, they're fighting the Europeans for land. But the messed up thing is, I went to school with a lot of them, and they're European. So like, they're European. So like, what are they fighting for? You know what I mean? So that's where they're in this little.
But that's not
trap.
That gets you. That lets you realize that. And when you read the definition of free white person, that in order for them to even consider themselves as native, whatever, they have to be mixed. They can't be pure Europeans talking about their native.
Yeah, well, that's all they are now. Like,
but they call them, what did they call them?
Mentees.
Mentees.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
So they're going like natives.
Yeah. Brian Tracy book. Every white person around here looks like this is
I'm part native or something. Because technically they are, right? The part native isn't what they're connected to. They just know that in their bloodline that, you know, they have more than this.
True.
Right? Who are really the natives?
Yeah.
But they, you know, they tell us that if they say, well, you know, I have you and me, then you'll realize that you're the native. Not somebody else that, you know, that we think they're talking about when they say native.
Because Islam, we're talking, when you start thinking like you're saying, start getting into color, start getting into this colorful stuff, even they might not even know who they're connected to. When they're saying Métis or saying they're Indian, they're not even thinking, yeah, we're Métis, but they're not thinking about Moors or Asiatics. Now, my cousin, Aaron will tell you, my mother's mother had another set of children that you wouldn't even think.
They're related to
Because they have blonde hair and blue eyes, but they came from my grandma.
Yeah, I know, because you're from Scotia, right?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of people down here that are like that too.
Yeah. And they're really.
Their dad's like straight, like dark.
Yeah. Blonde hair and blue eyes. And these are my mother's brothers and sisters, but from a different father. You see? But nobody would ever know that, but they're feeling like you're feeling. They feel Asiatic inside. But they're looking at the mirror, seeing blonde hair and blue eyes. Patagonia blonde or something.
And that fucks with them.
Yeah.
That fucks with their psyche.
Big time with their psyche.
But they know their mother.
Because remember, they're also taught that, you know, we're the, you know, scum of the earth or whatever. But all they want to do is hang out with brothers and not have boyfriends. That's like the crazy music and
you see your white friends, or so-called white friends. That story, guys, being using the analogy of black and white again. But when you see them out there in the summertime, the first one stripping down to the PJs or their stickies laying in the sun trying to get dark.
Yeah, but they want to
be like it. Right. But the sad part is there's too many of us want to be like that.
Yeah, right. Now, this is why they got in their little lodge or whatever like that. They're gonna have pheasants on, but everything's gonna be Arab. Because they really want to be us. They don't really make up their own stuff. That you know, we taught them everything. You know, from the Renaissance even onto this side, where Benjamin Banneker, the Moor, designed Washington D.C. Benjamin Banneker, the Moor, gave all these Europeans everything that they have. You know what I mean? And they know that. That's why they honor him. But they're not gonna say that he's a Moor or whatever. They're saying he's a black guy or something.
It's the same thing with John Hanson.
Right.
On the back of the $2 they showed him as an alien, but he really was a Moor. He was the first person.
They're very clear as to what this is about.
Yeah.
They know that they're not Nicene Christians or whatever like that. They know that the culture that rules the planet is Islam. Right? They know that the culture that rules the planet is Islam.
What about, okay, let's say, Hamilton has a lot of like the Kurdish, you know what I mean? And like we have like one area where everyone will like go to like socialize, like Rostamans or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's like a lot of like Arabic guys there, like right? And we would talk about the Moors. We talk about the Moors, right? We had this one guy that was supposed to come, right? And when we talk about the Moors, he starts sweeping under the carpet, like he knows the Moors he knows.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, I know. And then when we're talking about the Moors, he's like, yo, I don't want to hear none of this Moors crap. It's like, yeah, because he's trying to sweep it under the carpet.
Because the reality is that the Moors are Arabs, not him.
Yeah, like, that's crazy. You see how it's crazy, right?
Just like the Moors are the Europeans, not the pale people.
Yes.
So once we start talking about Moors, then they already know that, you know, the time comes, they gotta give up the stuff. Right? Even with the Shriners, whatever that's here. You know what I mean? If y'all go and knock the door, fences up and all that type of stuff, start talking about we want to get up in here, we want to check, see what you guys have. Right? They'll put that straight stuff immediately. Just because. You know what I mean? You're dealing with a jurisdiction that, you have people that's been dumbed down to a point where they don't know who they are. But then they're starting to wake up. And there's all this information out there that connects to them that they've been denying all their life has anything to do with it because some, European has it or some native has it. So they say, well, that's probably their stuff.
No, it's not.
But it's really ours. And we have to take the position of going back and claiming everything so that they know that we're not, you guys might want to do whatever with the niggers out here, but you're not going to be pulling rank on Moors. You guys play a game with Negro, black, other people, African people, American, whatever, all day. But just like the guy, I don't want to hear nothing about Moors and whatever like that. Why not? That's your ancestors. You don't want to hear about Moors.
Like find out there's no Middle East.
Right? Just one guy in the Middle West. Yeah.
How come they put Middle East? Why is that Middle East?
The game. There's such thing as the Middle East.
Why they put that middle in there?
Because like you said, there's history behind it, and they want to trick you into not knowing the real history of the land.
They want you to have connotated. They want you to have a connotative perspective, right? If you got the dictionary back there, let's look up. Right? Because once you have this perspective, then you're not dealing with the fact. You're dealing with an opinion of something. You're not dealing with the foundation. You're dealing with parts that come from the foundation. So, like if Negro black color is connotated. Negro black color is taking you outside of what the original thing is. And once you get away from what the original is, then the people who know what the original is, they can now slide in and claim it. Because we're not claiming it.
What about putting down, getting them to read black?
Yeah.
Well, should I look for it right now?
You got connotated?
Yeah, I was,
Two M's.
Two and 10.
Right? So once you get clear on who you are, right? Once you understand that, this is not some joining something or anything like that. You're tying yourself to historical facts that have been, obscured, that have been burned, hidden, falsified, misrepresented, rewritten.
Not true.
So we can be here. But when we realize that there's something behind this, there's an actual foundation that's there, that I don't really recognize that there's a foundation there, and you start bringing things to the surface. Now everybody's mad, everybody's uptight, people sweeping stuff under the rug, you mention more.
Nobody's comfortable with the conversation.
Nobody's comfortable.
Especially those who are not going to
Books that used to cost $5 cost $10,000 and I was like,
yeah, man. So I remember home in 2010 when I just, she said,
Or everyone hear anything about the wars anymore.
she's not a spoken word beauty once. It was 2010, I remember.
It was funny, the same guy that's supposed to be here, he's supposed to be here. He didn't want to hear nothing about the Moors.
Yeah.
Me and Tyler would go there to the shed, the Moors are so big.
Yeah.
The Moors are coming. He got in trouble recently with, he got a ticket. He got a ticket.
Now he wants to know more.
He goes, yo, Moor brother. He's like, yo, when's that guy coming down? I don't see you here today, so it's whatever,
whatever.
Connotated?
Yeah, connotated.
So make sure you talk about
Connoting or tending to connote. Relating to connotation and connotative. Connotative.
Connotative.
Okay. And then the other one,
You should look at Canoe, right?
Connote. Yeah, connote.
yeah,
Go look to Canoe. What is Canoe?
yeah, do the canoe.
I like it too. You said snow?
Yeah.
Connote is to be associated with or inseparable from as a consequence or concomitant. Or number 2 says to convey in addition to exact explicit meaning, to imply as a logical connotation.
Right? To imply.
And it also says associated too, right?
Right? Associate.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not the actual. It's implying to be actual. It's associated with the actual, but it's not the actual. So,
Example, nice.
Oh, beautiful word. Yes, because it doesn't mean what people think it means.
Yes, exactly.
right.
Exactly.
So nice.
Connotatively, well, denotatively, it means stupid.
Stupid.
And you go around and talk about have a nice day. Have a stupid day. That's what you tell people.
Right?
And that's no joke because I used to be in customer service, and I said to a gentleman from the Middle East one time, I actually faxed that. I said, after serving him, I said, well, you have a nice day, sir. Don't you tell me have a nice day? Don't you fucking crazy? Don't you say you have a nice day? Don't you say that to me? That's not who you think you are. Don't say that to me. The manager come over and said, man, David, what you do? I just told the guy you have a nice day.
Right? And then
because I didn't know the root word of nice.
Right. But on another level now, the perception that he has is that this guy doesn't, or this guy's probably, against people who look like me having a bad days or whatever. There's all these things that could have caused this situation when The reality is,
It's just the word that I said.
this word that this guy knows doesn't mean what he's trying to convey.
Even went back.
Right?
Contemplative and what's
And this way, be careful with the English language and the words you speak.
Talk about one.
There was two of them, it was blessed and sorry.
Yeah.
Blessed, when it goes down to the root word, is a blood sacrifice.
Yes.
And sorry actually has to do with sorrow, which goes down, if you break it down more, into having like sores. So like, you have a sore on your body right there.
Yes.
So like, when a lot of people say sorry, it's like, when you say rather, I apologize, it's explaining why you're feeling that.
Right.
Instead of having sorrow.
Right.
Kid is another one. Kid is another one. Go.
That's
what I said. Kid.
Parents, family.
Oh, I saw that one online.
Right. Now also keep in mind too that
Sacrifice go.
that blessed being connected with sacrifice, right, is as well connected to mother, and you being consecrated with blood when you call it womb.
high science.
Right? So, yeah, the denotation of blessed is sacrifice, but some of the denotations go deeper than just what's, because of the same thing with the history being taken out or whatever, there's certain things that, you know, you won't find anymore, right? And it's gonna take, you know, you building with individuals that have a grander level of knowledge to fill in even more gaps that need to be filled in so we can really be clear of the perspective.
And that's what they would call scholars.
Still had a question. You had one.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Where does
sorry.
that come from? Nice, like being stupid. Like, where does that originate from?
It's old English.
Etymologically, in terms of the word Nicaea, right? Speaking on the people of Nicaea, etymology is like, oh, those people over there are stupid. Then after you come forward, it's like, people in nice are stupid. Then next is, oh, those people are nice. From nice. Then it comes down as like, oh man, you're so nice. Still meaning stupid, and over time, you hear it differently. Remember, it's a French word. You hear it differently in English. It's like, when you hear nice, you're thinking it's something gratitude, right? Over time, but etymologically, all it really meant is that people from Nicaea. So people from Nicaea are stupid. From stupid, and it comes around, it's like, oh, that's stupid. So nice. Just say it once and then that's it.
That's
Because the word
like
Christian means you.
That's like being labeled and branded like Negro blacks and colors and she's black.
Yeah, exactly like that.
As we being a young Moor,
Stop lying.
being a young Moor, I'm not lying. So anyways, watching, learning, and building with all of us, now he just took me to an adapt level of what blessed meant. Now, I never knew that, but for me to get into that adapt thinking of a scholar, I gotta start studying with more adapts and scholars. Like he just told you, we're nice, where it originates from. But to take his word for it, now you gotta look it up and see. Then you'll know, because he just taught me even more. Where nice came from Nicaea, and
Right.
go ahead.
There's even Nice in France too.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's what it is.
That's it.
And just going back to the spiritual part, spell comes from spelling, which comes from spells.
Yes.
Which is what we're basing all this stuff on. And I came to this even before I came into this movement, was that, you know, when you're reading your comics and you see some of these wizards and they're casting spells, they're using words. So that's where the word. That's where that stuff. I'm saying what we're laughing about is it's a joke, but this is where it connects.
No, we're just laughing because we know we're good.
No, I know. It connects with the fact that when they're calling you black,
Yes.
they're casting a spell.
Yes.
And You don't get it. So when you say, my black friend, you don't think about it. The same thing he's talking about energy. The vocals are energy too. So that's why I'm not working with all these Europeans and they'll say that black guy. I just have to be quiet because I don't want to, because you have to pick your battles too. If I'll say something inside myself on war and I'll just keep fighting it, like I'll just keep going, but that's where this whole word, that's where it came from, and I had it written down, and it was here, and this comes from the very basis, I think, of all this. First there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So I broke that down to being, we are God. First there was the Word, so the Word is where the true energy comes from. That's the frequency, that's the vibration. And the Word was with God, that's us. And the Word was God, that's us again, that's us being. I know it sounds, but that's what we're looking to become. And then once you become that, everything that comes out of your mouth and everything you do, you just start to create. But unfortunately.
And also to the time with the spelling and the word being God, God is a verb or a verb transitive, not a noun. So God is actually action. Not something that's out there. That's how they change it again with the spell. So you're saying, God bless, you're giving up your energy. Right? And that's truly what you're doing, but then when you're using God in all those terms, you keep thinking, oh God, please help me, you're really giving your energy away. Right? Because the real God is you, which is Allah, which is arm, leg, arm, head. That's the true God. But what they've done is they've changed it to make it God. So you go into church and they keep saying God this, and they have you reciting God, God, God. And you're giving them
what you're doing, you're chanting rituals.
You're giving them your energy.
You're giving them your energy. That's why when you go into a church, you feel like there's a presence around you. The presence around you is the energy from all of you.
Yes. Right.
Because you come together under one mind, you manifest this energy.
Because also they say when more than one person meet, that is where
two or more are together.
That is where the energy is.
Right.
In a church, a circle.
Right.
Then we give it away to a mystery God.
Well, no, now you're giving away to the right God, right? Because when you bring it to the European sort of deity who's
image that was created at the Council of Nicaea with Constantine and whoever else.
And then watch us, to end that, and they pass around a basket.
Yeah, so in other words, you give
energy,
you give energy, and then you discharge the energy. So
And now they want
the
to
go away.
or off.
I remember one time, you know the actor?
Yeah.
He said once on a talk show that we shouldn't be saying God bless America, and he doesn't agree with all the bless being passed forward. He said it's casting falsehood and everything else. Yeah. But I knew what he was trying to say though.
Right.
Yeah.
But also because he was from Australia,
yes,
so where our true people are there too.
He knows what
Right.
He said you guys are casting the wrong type of energy. I think it's the wrong way to go. And people got mad at him for that.
That's right.
He was right though.
Yeah, he was right. He was right because if God bless America or God bless you or whatever, right? Right? God bless. Take God down a level. But if it's you, if you're really God, it's not really something up there. God be less. God bless is really killing your own Godhead. You're bringing your own Godhead down to under God. And then, you got kid, right? Which is an animal. Then people call themselves children, kids, and then want to know how come the world is being run by these.
Well, so wait a minute. Why don't you show the symbology behind the kid, which is the upside down star, which is really the upside down of this, which is us like this.
Yeah.
No, but the upside down one is the goat with the
goat. Yeah.
Oh, off of the back.
Yeah, that's what it is. Right? It's a goat. Okay.
And that's, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But really, it's not something negative.
It's not negative. No.
But
it's just the lower having sex, let's say, or whatever. They're not focusing on the higher side. The kid is keeping you in the animal form. The kid is keeping you in the animal form.
Because that has to do with chakras too. Right. Because if you're not at heart chakra, you go below the you're at the animal level.
Right.
Most people can't get past the heart the same way. It's like with his stones the same way.
Right. And that's which is why,
and that's why with all the foods too, they're keeping you calcified from here on down, right? And then everything's just about, right?
Which is why all this is what's needed.
As well as
to counteract everything that they've been putting on us, that we didn't know that they were putting stuff on us. So now we have this, you know, aura that has holes, cracks, you know, whatever. Walking around trying to be spiritual beings.
And we're also walking around with zombies because we're calling each other black.
And that zombie thing is very true these days.
Really
I'm seeing.
No,
you know, when people are smoking that new chronic, right? Because I seen the promotion of it called the Up and Toro Smoke with Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre,
was Game
when they brought that out and Snoop Dogg said, yeah, I saved everybody from smoking crack, you got them smoking weed now, and everybody was there. But after that, she's like everybody from then till now smoking this new hydro. Man, that shit is fucking people up. I smoked weed since I was 13, natural. Since Columbia Gold, whatever. But this stuff, bubblegum, juicy fruit, or whatever it's called. Man,
Big guys.
you got the young people walking around with it.
Let me break down the science of that. Back in the day,
no fun in it. No munchies in it. They're just walking around like
zombies.
At least when we spoke, we had girls around us, shit, you know, making jokes about shit.
That's so true, because we're like locked, like
now it's just a bunch of guys around each other, like what the fuck, man?
Especially Toronto, I'm sorry to say, but Toronto, those guys just sit there, smoke blunts after blunts after, like I have cousins out there, man.
Yeah.
They just sit there and just like play 2K and just do that all day.
Yeah.
2K. What's 2K?
Video game.
So-called marijuana, it used to be natural, right? And then what happened was University of Guelph got a hold of it to try and use, because what they did is every time they find something that they can try and sort of, get its properties out of it, they'll go and experiment on it. So they started messing with the THC levels. And that's what they did. It used to be 5 to 10% was what marijuana was. That would give you that connection. That was part of the spirit. You suck in the air. That was part of your connection. Bob Marley, all that kind of stuff. That was the natural part. Then they realized that was going to change us. So then they got in there and they started messing with it and changing the properties of it and doing experimentation with it to pull out certain things that would make you laugh and giggle. Now you're paranoid. That's right. And you're like, you think the cops are there or whatever. You don't get it. All that stuff, everything. You eat the apples and now everything that you
Apples don't even taste like apples.
They're alternative.
I know, man.
That's GMO.
Another place is nonsensical.
Monsanto is one of the biggest food companies in the world, and they're from being
freeing yourself from being that citizen. What they're saying is you part of the corporation, you being part of the American corporation cannot come back to the boss. That's what they're saying. Is you say I'm no longer part of the corporation? That's a different story.
Same thing they did with the vaccine. Notice when they had the vaccines, Harper didn't get the vaccines. Obama didn't take the vaccines, remember? The leader in England didn't take it.
That's right.
And he, that guy, who was it, Dr. Oz, he said, I'm a father first. If you want to deal with these vaccines, you got to answer to authority that you don't want to deal with.
Right.
Because they were telling you basically, if you take it, that's your problem.
That's your own risk.
At your own risk. Because if Michelle Obama, who's all on this health nut and health case stuff, she said, basically, why don't you want to take that? and yet they're telling the other, well, here go citizens to go take it, but they're not. They're not.
Well, what's interesting, I was talking to a European guy at the same workplace. He said they don't even let the children into the school now unless they take the vaccine.
You know what?
No, they tried that. Because they tried that with my daughter when she was 12. And I finally went down to school and they told me my daughter can't come to school until I said, look, due to religious beliefs, you cannot put nothing in my daughter's body that's not natural or cannot go through her mouth and come over her anus. Right. I had no more problems with daughter went to school.
There's times where they're giving us all the vaccines. And we're lying to us, we're lying to us.
For religious reasons.
Back in the day,
Let's have one combo.
Okay. Order.
Yeah, just order the gavel at. This guy with his crystal gall and everything's up there. They're kicking right now. So with regard to Monsanto and
Tyson chicken segment.
them not being able to be sued or whatever like that, right? We're talking about
He said he can't sue me.
right? These are common people, right? So when they're saying that the American citizens can't sue Monsanto or whatever, they're saying that the copper colored people can't because they're not real.
Strong.
They're not real people. They are fictitious entities that were semi-clothed with some type of citizenship and privilege, right? So they don't have the power to
So this is what it is.
Monsantos.
These guys, the so-called citizens, that gave them their nationality and their birthrights for privileges.
Right. And now that you took the privilege of, now that you took the privilege of whatever Monsanto provides, right? From a so-called food perspective. Now you accepted the privilege of, we need more tomatoes because, population growth or whatever like that. So we're going to use these particular seeds that's going to yield 50, 100 million more tomatoes than we would get naturally. That's agreeing to the privilege. So now everybody has tomatoes with no seeds or whatever. Everybody has cucumbers with no seeds. Everybody has, oranges with no seeds, grapes with no seeds. But in order to get the seed stuff, you have to go to organic. That's going to be, $50 for one seed, right? So when the people get back to being who they are, get back to being the Aboriginal and Indigenous people, right? The ones that are trying to create the illusion will start beginning to be seen as the illusion, right? Monsanto is an illusion. It's not it's real, just like credit's real. But you know, if we said, here's the bucket, put credit in it, nobody can fill it up. But it's real. It appears real. People use it, you know what I mean? But it's not really the tangible thing, right? So, as you know, it's like children being called kids. You know, children aren't baby goats or whatever. But, you know, if Nike has a section that says kids, everybody's shopping there, then they just made kids being good. And then Gap has a section that says kids. And then Oshkosh has a section that says kids. And nobody has a children's section anymore. Just like nobody has a human resources or a personnel department anymore. Everybody has a human resources department. Because humans are not a resource. So they play these games of get you to believe. Well, we shouldn't believe in anything. We should know. We should know children are kids and call them children. We should know that Europeans aren't American. They're Europeans. We should know that we're not black. But if we wanna play the game, then you're accepting the privilege. And once you're accepting the privilege, then whatever comes with it, you're gonna have to deal with it. It's nothing personal. It's, you know, we've been told since 1900s that we're not Negro black color, but we don't want to go with that. We want to go with, you know, these popular individuals, you know, that, you know, they're so popular. They're so popular. They were so popular, but then people are going to put on posts talking about their FBI agents or whatever.
Is that how sharp?
Yeah. Right? You're putting on books that people who even follow it.
Is that the fat owl or the skinny owl?
That's the fat owl. That's not the owl today. That's not skeleton owl.
Over owl? The skeleton owl.
Still not a purple. Still not a purple.
Black coach, is that a trainer? Yeah. Oh, geez, why are you trying to keep with this young girl?
24-hour rules right what brother got to do also, this is just a side note, right? The brothers who are out here, what you have to do is come here on another Saturday, see if this madness is going on outside. Just to check, to be sure that, you know,
there's going to be something set up just to
something set up just to make sure that, you know, this stuff doesn't go how it's supposed to go.
They're having a party.
Right?
I seen a big pizza out.
Oh yeah, I saw all the Saturdays, right? All the Saturdays, because you guys been at the place booked. Been at the place booked. Yeah. All the Saturdays, today's the day. That's right?
How many other rooms are there?
Yeah.
Oh, there's rooms. There's rooms going on there. They're not even in the room. They're not all there.
When I came back to even the guy he recognizes me in the lecture.
Yeah.
So why don't you put something like that instead of lecture, you know? Yeah, we do that. Little team.
Or when you go to a different place, you'll say a fire alarm is going off.
Or whatever.
Remember that one time we were at a school, they did something like that, so we called the fire alarm, we're gonna take it.
Hey, look, I'm just happy no matter how much noise is out there.
These young brothers are up in here.
Yeah. And
That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
That's what it's about. Right?
And knowing that they're studying too, like you can tell when somebody's studying from what comes out of their mouth. You know, you can hear when somebody's just saying what everybody else talks like soap operas or all that stuff. But then you can hear when somebody has actually been doing research. Because you know why? We did the same research that, you know, to come at the same, what's the word I'm looking for, the same conclusion. And I hope us everybody's getting into this energy of getting excited, talking about this, talking about that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Or get so excited. I hope that doesn't confuse you young brothers.
Number 443, by the way.
Take you off of what we really came here to do. You know what I mean? Getting we're all saying everything's getting charged up, getting happy. You know what I mean? Coming up, you know. Just don't let that confuse you why we're really here.
Right? No duality told the Moors that they're Asiatics, right? We just wanted to put something on the record just to prove the fact that we're Asiatics, right? Arthur Jeanne created the cardio pad. The cardio pad is a portable touchscreen device that enables heart examinations, such as electrocardiogram, to be performed at remote locations while the results of the tests are transferred wireless to specialists who can interpret them. Arthur Zhang. Arthur Zhang is from Cameroon. And then he looks like this. How this Cameroonian get the last name Zhang?
Because we're all associated, affiliated.
Right? Because what we know as Africa is really Asia.
Asia Minor.
Asia Minor.
Or in some cultures you'll find it as Asia Sur or South Asia. So just like clearing up the concept of, you know, Christian and Christianity, whatever, not, there's nothing called that. You know, we were talking about Nicene Conference, Constantine or whatever. When people started talking about Africa, immediately shut them down and call it Asia.
Oh, and another thing, that Africa comes from Cyprianus, Africa, and how the name got coined was he defeated the Moors, I believe, in Egypt, right? Carthage. And then the same way that they put their names on us here, our last names, when we look at them, are not Al or Bay, they will most likely be a European name. They put the name on that continent, which is Africa, named after him, defeated them.
Well, that's like Europe being named after Europe.
Right, Europa.
Exactly.
Right.
So there is no, so Africa is, yet again, a misnomer.
Right.
And then if you think about it, they call Africa as if it's a country when there are 52 different countries in a continent.
Right, in that continent. And then also too with, you know, even if we bring up Europe, that's Asia too. So, you know, that's why
and that comes from the Caucasus Mountains.
Because the Caucasus Mountains are in Asia. So they also qualify. Because remember that you have the free white person back there?
Yeah, he has it right here.
Yeah, you can read that.
A free white person, referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14, 1870, has meaning naturally included when first used in one state 103C3, meaning all commonly counted as white and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated.
There's some more there.
It includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basques and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenicians, and North American inhabitants of Sicily, and the Mid-Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-Semitic and Mongolian people who inhabit Persia. A Syrian of Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to becoming a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person.
Okay, now go back to the part. Go back again to the part where it says it does not mean something. It's near the end. It should be the last paragraph.
It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races.
Hold on. Say that part again.
It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races.
So as soon as you hear them say or reference themselves as quote-unquote white people, but they're European, pale European, they're from?
Well, just to add to that though, within the whites who are whites, they have to be mixed. They have to be mixed with us.
With us.
To be
be qualified as white.
Now, the next thing that they should definitely read is
black.
The definition of black and white. To understand that, what I'm trying to tell you, so find out is the definition.
The regular dictionary.
Black bleach.
Right?
Black bleach.
Black bleach, but also black means gas, all those things, right? White, purity.
Yes.
So that's where I was getting to the cells. Black, because it's not it's a status, not a identity.
Okay, hold on,
go ahead, read it, brother.
A black pigment or dye.
Okay, one thing again. When you get dictionaries, you're gonna say the word, you're gonna say the part of speech, you're gonna say what it comes out of, or the old English, old French, all that stuff that we skip over and then we go directly to one. So we say black, and then it's gonna say stuff, and then we don't read that, and then we automatically go to one. You don't have to read all those things that are also there, so that we can be clear when we're reading and researching words that's not the origin. There's something prior that's going to lead us to. So when we look up black and it says noun, then it says old English, blah, 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 like that, then you're going to go to etymology dictionaries and then check that part. And then that leads you to something else further back.
But what I was going to say is at the beginning of those words, I realized this is the symbiology to it. At the beginning of it, the adjective part is sort of done in lowercase, and then they usually have the phonetic spelling of it,
right,
which usually has those weird things, and I realized that's where you disconnect.
Right.
So you already hop over that.
Stuff.
Because that stuff's strange to you.
Right.
You're not connected with that, because they never focused on that stuff. You always jump to the definition of it.
What does the N in front of the black mean? And then right here they have another black, it says VI. Like, what does that stand for, like those two codes?
So, VI, I'm not even sure what VI is.
Well, it's in there. Look at the back, sorry, look at the back, there's definitions.
Yeah, back will tell you what.
Like the symbols?
Yeah.
So N definitely means
So
now.
N is definitely noun. Right?
Yeah.
But that's a fraud. Because black's not a noun. Black in reality is an adjective. Right? So it's also showing you.
I need help finding
It's also showing you the corruption of. It's showing you the corruption of black, because if they say black is a noun, then people would assume it's an identity and they can call themselves that.
A noun is a person, place, or thing. Right? So,
people's houses so next thing. Why is animals living here?
Hannibal was there because of Scipio Africanus
Defeated Hannibal.
and Carthage.
Rather than surrender, he killed himself, right?
Right.
But I thought this was supposed to be a battle.
But you know what's interesting? I remember, because I remember when I was going through some of this sort of knowledge that I heard Hannibal. I said, I gotta get a book on Hannibal. So I went to the European library and had this book on Hannibal. And I started to read it. And just the graphic nature of how they were describing him, I took the book down. But I then realized afterwards, when I heard Todd speaking, that Hannibal was one of our great generals. And what they have automatically done was disconnect me with it.
Yeah.
And that's what they've done through this history. Even like Hannibal, the series that you see out there, and the movies where they connect with the Europeans eating people. That's all done
To discredit.
to also the spells and the spells, all of that stuff. It's all crazy.
Well, you know what he looks like at the end of coins, remember him?
Right, exactly.
With the, when the wars were in those areas, where they have the coins, and have the other, what do you call it? Tablets and things like that. So they have the proof of what he looked like. With his hair and everything else.
They've done everything to discredit him and to make him seem like he's someone else in a monster, right?
Well, it's like Cleopatra and all the months, other movies. I mean, like, hey, every great king or queen of antiquity, judging by Hollywood, Caucasian. Even though they were crawling and crazy and running around here in the shadows in the north, so they still show our people as Caucasians.
And all that is part of the, you know, keep the dumb and dumb.
Yeah, keep the dumb down.
And not only keep the dumb and dumb, but also trade places with the actual care. You know what I mean? So that,
there's a blend.
yeah, so once they get us to accept black as identity, right, then automatically they're gonna play white. It's not something that they have to wait to do it or whatever, right? Oh, you guys are black? Okay, fine. So we're over here, we're playing white. And once they play white, then they have everything because they know that it's a status, it's not skin complexion or how we think black and white is or whatever like that, right?
Well, I have nothing to say. What I realize, and he's completely right about this, what they've done is they've traded places. So I keep saying this. It's like if I'm building this house, I have to use bricks. But if I can pretend that I can build it, the house has to be built from the bricks. That's the truth. But then if I can put myself in the bricks, then I then become the foundation. So what they do is they will tell you the truth. But like you do, they put the Europeans in there instead. It's like Yeshua or Jesus. Jesus all of a sudden becomes white. So there was a real Jesus or a real Yeshua, but he now is the European. So with the Greek name. So but they're basing it on the true story. Because remember in the Bible, they tell you the truth in the Bible too. If you build your house on sand, it's gonna fall. If they build it on the rock, it stands. So they're building it on the truth, and they're building the rock. That's why even when you're watching the movies, don't discredit what they're saying in the movies. Just look for the truth in the message, not in the
portraying the story, but the story itself.
And what you have to do is you have to discredit falsehood, because that's where they get you, I think, on spells of it. Where if you accept both parts of it, you're done.
It's just like the movie Carrie.
Right.
That's a typical example. That was just like
I don't think that's security.
And they have Carrie notice. Carrie.
In the closet.
The mother was always downing on the daughter. It was kind of like the same thing we're trying to tell you, like how conscious people, you know, I won't say the term conscious, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People of knowledge always get kind of dumbed down by their parents.
That's right.
If you look at and she didn't want to go anywhere else. If you look at all TV shows, remember Simpsons back in the day? Lisa was really the face of what a conscious person was. That's right. Married with Children, Blood Money was the same thing, like she was taking our form as the conscious, the smartest of the family, but the family don't want to listen to her.
Right.
And what they've done is they then completely change things over so you can't identify anymore. They keep subbing themselves into the story. Subbing themselves into the story until you no longer connect yourself back to the story.
What can you relate to the story?
That's right.
Your story doesn't reflect who you are.
Who you are. And then this is why it's important for people like us who are older, if you will, right, to take them as the big brother, whatever, so that they have somebody that they can culturally identify with that's on this level of information, opposed to, you know, Al Sharpton and Barack Obama and all these individuals who have the appearance of having knowledge and they got a good job and whatever like that, they work for the whatever, but they're not in their best interest.
You know, it's interesting you mention these guys. Where are these guys unless there's a national crisis? Where are they?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You never hear about them. How come they're not out on the streets doing good?
Doing
How come you don't have Al Sharpton schools everywhere? How come they're not on the news every day? They're only there whenever there's a problem.
When there's a problem,
And then
When they go there, they're there to watch it. In the sense that you keep people down as opposed to them standing up for rights.
You don't want the person who's had the problem to talk about it. You want your man to talk about it. So you bring in, and because let's say it's a melanated or carbonated person, you got a problem now. So we don't want this guy who's running this gun shop and bringing out Sharpton and saying, oh God, Jesus told us that we got to be better people. And let's march over here.
Into what you're
And you
saying.
never hear about him, what really happened. You put your man in there, and your man's not talking for you.
Well, Jesse Jackson on the same level as Al Sharpton.
1,000%.
Because they're paid off too.
1,000%.
And they know. They know. It's not like they're not, you know, like for example, they know the truth, right? But then the European also knows that he's using them as footstool. But they don't want to accept that reality.
But they're also getting the payoff, right? That's
Right,
why.
yeah.
They're taking the silver coins like the Bible it says.
Well, Jesus
30 pieces of silver.
And this 30 pieces of silver, this is his job, his notoriety, get to be on TV every time some bullshit happens.
He's probably living in a fairly big mansion too. I would have to imagine.
Well, he got that little 25-year-old now, he had to have something.
Yeah.
Just like CNN comes up with like a Latin version of Castellan. We're talking about Latin. I don't think we had to. You know that kind of guy. He's trying to.
It's all manipulation, right? It's all sort of engineering, social engineering.
Yeah, they come up with their own versions now of them. Like even on Fox News, they have like the Asian version of like theirs. They're kind of like. Well, I don't think they were doing a good enough job. Or they're like saying
It's the same thing. It's the same thing like what they're doing here with City TV. How they got all these brown
Brown-skinned people on there.
I have a theory for that. That theory is now that our stuff's being broadcast around the world.
Right.
So they've got to make it seem as if we're running our own country or our own country. So they've got all these, that's why they had some little awards they said they had a great screen with Tifa up there. I said, what's that? Yeah, that's why the Rock is there.
Right? Yeah. That's why they have to pretend like they're legitimate. They have to pretend like they're the Moroccan.
You're a grand shoot too, once you start saying.
Right? They have to pretend that they're the ones that have the authority.
Because now the other nations are woken up, because we set on risk. The other nations
Let's have one conversation. Let's have one conversation.
And the other nations now are saying, you guys are so good. So now what's happening, you start putting the face as if we're there. All those people you see are Asians, so you get off either knowingly or unknowingly.
Not only that, perfect example is no example with their boy on the left. Jam on the
Right. That was something they
So
said.
see how they had him, they set him up to make this Q station, and he did everything to get it going, they all kinds of money on it, then all of a sudden now, you're not good enough for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, we knew about your sexual deviant acts
Well, before that.
long before it was even brought to us.
Yeah.
You even bring a video of someone with broken ribs that you broke ribs, thought that was okay too.
So,
Well, you know what it is though?
but you know, their whole thing is gaming people.
Yeah. They built
Their
their
whole
whole
thing
freaking
is, you know, if you think that you know something, we're gonna prove to you that you don't know what you're talking about. Even though you know, they have the knowledge, they're masons or whatever, they belong to the lodge and all that, and they already know everything. It's not a secret.
He's got a question. One last thing I'm going to say. Every one of their paid leader guys always has some secret that they know about them.
Yes. Yes.
So they can bring them right down.
That's right. In secret societies, they have those guys. I think it's Skull and Bones.
Yes, they do.
Those guys, and they put them on that in the coffin, and they get them to reveal their most secrets.
Yes.
So if ever that you do decide to leave,
it's a deposit.
they got something on you.
It's a spiritual deposit.
Right.
That's the same thing with Ray Rice, the same thing with that too.
Yeah.
What is Tariq's mean?
What else?
Tariq.
Tariq. I don't know what it means, but you can just look it up. You know, just the etymology of that word.
You got terrorist too. You got terrorist too.
One thing you could also do with your last name, you're trying to Google your European colonizer name, Google that to see where that leads you to. That'll lead me back, let me back to the orphanage of the king. Right? Yours, I don't know where Ham
comes out of Hamilton.
Right, so there
It
you go.
comes out of Ham tags.
The original for him is Kendall. Remember K-H-E-M?
Islam, just off the record. Why is secret societies called secret societies? I would just assume it's because they know more knowledge.
Well, look at the clan. The clan uses the Moorish robe that they used to do when they had their ceremony.
Right, and the clan's masons too.
Yeah.
And
very know a lot.
yeah, and for another on the record, I think talking about the stones and vibrations and everything like that, with the universal law, with us being out of order, being ourselves, we're catching hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Because all law does not make any mistakes.
Right. With regard to Tariq, Gibraltar.
Was that the Tariq guy from?
What they call it.
Rock up Gibraltar.
Yeah.
And then you know the insurance company Prudential, their logo is a big rock. Right? Yeah. If you look up Prudential, you'll know what it is. You'll see it's a big rock in a circle. Like a big circle, and then they got this big rock.
It's like a mountain peak at the top.
Right? Gibraltar comes from Gibra, or Gibber al-Tariq, who's a Moor that basically that rock is named after.
A Moorish general. Was it a Moorish general?
Another Moorish, you know, I don't know if it's army or whatever, but
higher up.
Well, yeah, let's call him a higher up official. Higher up military. Right? Gibber al-Tariq is Gibraltar. So when you look up Gibraltar or rock up Gibraltar, it should lead you back to this morning. With regard to the agents and whatever, you're also gonna look up King Alfred Plan. And King Alfred Plan is a military document that got found out on government computers that were sold at auction that didn't get properly, right? So one of the things that they have in this document called King Alfred Plan is the 12 so-called minority organizations that they've been had under surveillance since the 1960s, right? And not only that, they have them under surveillance, but they have their own agents infiltrate all the organizations.
That looks like us.
All the organizations, the Black Muslim Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Congress of Racial Equality, Euro Movement, Group on Advanced Leadership, Freedom Now Party, United Black Nationalists of America, New Pan-African Movement, the National Earthling League, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, Committee on Racial and Religious Progress. So all these organizations have been infiltrated, and the people who founded them, work for them, or whatever like that, are directly responsible for the situation that we're in right now as a people. Because they decided to, take checks in order to keep us from acknowledging and accepting the fact that we're Moors. But call ourselves everything else, African, whatever, black, Negro, colored, whatever. We can call ourselves all that stuff, get grants for days. Start calling yourself Moor, and nobody's not funding anything. Nobody's not giving any type of applause or appreciation, accreditation, or anything like that. Because as soon as you start saying that you're Moors, all these people that have been gaming us forever, they lose their credibility. Because they've been lying to people forever. Telling people that they're something that they're not. And then people go out there and call themselves something that they're not, get abused by the Inquisitionist coloners or whatever, and then claim that somebody did something to them when it's really them taking the position of being lesser than a human that allows them to get abused.
So are you saying, when you read the can I understand him correctly, that these people that look like us sold us out?
Right. All of them. Because they could have told the people that they're Moors. Right? They could have told people that they're Moors. And they decided not to do that. They decided to call them whatever else that they want to call them. Right. But remember, all these agents for all these different groups, organizations, or whatever, they know that the so-called Negro, black, colored people that are listed as the minority, they know that those people are bound to this side of the hemisphere. They know that these people are from the West. They didn't come from over somewhere on a slave ship anywhere. They were already here. So you can get a book by David Imhotep called The First Americans Were Africans. The first Americans were Africans. And in chapter 3, he talks about African structures in North America. Let us next confirm the African path to Canada. First, through the architecture. There are small mound chambers all over eastern Canada and New England that were built with megalithic stone before Columbus or the Vikings visited America. These guys fool people, right, into thinking that this is Celtic when it's really Celtic. But then if they say Boston Celtics, then you're going to know that the guy with a leprechaun hat and whatever like that is really more. Not some Europeans. Right? That's why the year that the Celtics won, they had their little ritual where they're singing African songs. Go back and check. The year that they won, right? And you will listen to all their rally, whatever, before the game, they end with like some indigenous, I think it's Ubuntu or something like that.
I remember it was against the Lakers because they had the water symbol.
Right? Yeah.
The navigation.
That's what the
good. Kells, in his first book, America BC, by Dr. Barry Fell, Barry F-E-L-L, opens his book in chapter 1 claiming that Celtic mariners left Spain and Portugal. Right, remember talking about the Moors? Right? Left Spain and Portugal and passed through the Canary Islands in 1000 BC. The Celts left Europe to discover and then to colonize North America. They built villages and temples and raised Druid circles in New Hampshire and Vermont. Then in his second book, Bronze Age America, Fell claims that 700 years earlier than the Celts, a royal visitor in 1700 BC, a Nordic king named Wooden Lithi, W-O-D-E-N-L-I-T-H-I. Get that picks up. Wooden Lithi sailed across the Atlantic and entered the St. Lawrence River. He reached the neighborhood of where Toronto now stands, remained in Canada for 5 months, left colonists with essentials, he sailed back to Scandinavia and disappears. Right? So 1700 BC, somebody was already over here. Right? That's why when you go to, you want to write this down, 1775, May 29th, there's a letter from the Continental Congress to the inhabitants of Canada.
1775.
The Continental Congress wrote a letter to the inhabitants of Canada in 1775. But then school's gonna tell us that Canada was founded in 1867. So if Canada's founded in 1867, what are they talking about in 1775 and Continental Congress sending letters to the inhabitants of Canada?
Right. Who were the inhabitants of Canada?
Right, and it comes back to the thing of the inhabitants of Canada, what are they referred to? Because prior to 1867,
there was no Canada.
There was no Canada, but there was Upper and Lower Canada. Right? So during this time, there was 2 Canadas. But remember, Upper and Lower Canada was still British and French, whose Europeans were so, there wasn't even Canada during this time. As far as what we consider Canada, because Canada is really North America.
You're saying there were still colonies.
Right, there were still colonies going on. At this time, they were still inquisitionists.
Yes.
Right? Because when you do your research as well, don't forget about Matthew da Costa.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Right? And remember the names of the Moors. The names of the Moors, Bey, Al, Ali, El, and Day. And then we have Matthew, Day, Costa. That they identify him as a Moor. And that he founded Canada. He's the first person here. Documented fact.
Did he come? Did he come here with people?
Huh?
Like, did he come here with people when he was on his ship?
Apparently it was his ship, and he did have a couple people with him. Right? And a lot of them weren't Asiatic. Because as you know, as Moors, we had people as our indentured servants. Right?
Where did he settle at?
Huh?
When he first came, where did he settle?
If I'm not mistaken, Newfoundland or somewhere around there. Okay,
Labrador, something like that?
Huh?
Newfoundland, Labrador?
Yeah. Other than the claims of inscriptions on rocks that someone made, the king, his Norse colonists, the Celts, any solid evidence of their presence in the Americas have all mysteriously disappeared, as the Nordic king disappeared. No evidence, no argument. So that's what they're basing everything on with regard to keeping us in the dark. That if there's no evidence of it, then, you know, it's up for speculation. Right?
I'm just going to let you finish your point. I was just saying that we never got the black and white of it, did we?
We read the free white person, but we didn't read the black and
I
white.
meant white and black.
Yeah.
Just as the spells have been white and black, right?
We did black, we did white.
I thought we got.
Yeah, we did no, you did the white, you did free white person and
No, he's not talking about a free white person. He's talking
I
about
thought we got the black and then
white.
we got the black, he said
He's
that.
trying to read black out to much conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that was important to get.
Yeah. If you got in the regular dictionary, black, and
Yeah, I'm gonna come back.
white.
From, that's what we taught, right?
Yeah, sure, in terms of.
Because this is the main part that we're all on, black and white. That's what we gained, that they predicated all this crap on.
Now what the other thing we want to do is
Which one? Oh, which black? There's a bunch of.
Well, that's what we're getting at too. That's what we're getting at. What were you gonna say there?
Would you like me to go through all the stuff that says before the actual definition?
Yes, well, that's where the study comes in. That's where the study comes in.
so black and then
So it says black, and then it has a different spelling of black, which is B-L-A-K.
right.
And it says adjective, and this it's got a bracket, it says meat, black, B-L-A-K, comma, F-R dot, O-E in capitals, and it says B-L-A-E-C with A and the E are kind of conjoined.
And just to stop right there, all that right there is probably more important than even the definition.
Right.
100%, all that you just see right there is the most important part of everything. Because that's what sets up the spells, the time, what, and its part in speech, which is the spell, and then.
And E is what? And E is middle. Right? So keep talking, we'll just,
We need to get that.
So basically, yeah, so just read, go ahead, read, I'll explain that later.
Adjective, Middle English, B-L-A-K,
That's French.
French,
And O-E is,
Old English,
yep,
B-L-A-E-C.
And Old English is 13 to 1400. That's Old English puts the date at 13 to 1400. So it can't be back old Egyptian gods.
Yes.
It can't be back into 2,000 years ago. It can only start at 13 to 1400 BC, AD, right? So it can only be 700 years ago. Yet we've been on the planet for 5,000 years. So that word cannot mean us. So now, an adjective is a description. So it would be sweater is the noun, gray would be the adjective.
But you never call that sweater gray.
You call it a
You
sweater.
never call that sweater a gray.
You wouldn't say that gray, you'd say that sweater.
I say that sweater. So but we'll say that black man.
It's almost like
Somebody says black.
Cautions were not crayons. So you wouldn't say that black crayon, you'd say that man, right? So that's where black, that's what I'm saying, that's a spell. So now read what black now is the adjective, read what black means.
Acting to
oh, okay, so O-H-G. Put it up there. So what is, so O, okay. So that's the next way where the word came from.
So Old High German is B-L-A-H.
Okay.
Black. and probably to L,
which is
Latin,
okay.
Latin, lagrare, to burn.
To burn.
GK.
GK.
Greek, right?
Okay.
This is Greek. PHLEGEIN.
Okay. Before 12. When you see the 12C, that means like a century, so 12th century.
And then that's what this is. This one.
Okay, so what does it say now?
So 1A of the color black. B1, very dark in color. His face was slanted with rage.
So the slant, that slant is going to be the word itself. What it happened, what it just okay to say that black with rage. So his face was black with rage. So they describe him how his face was. Adjective being the description of it. So his face was black with rage, as opposed to his face was black. Right? So it was black with rage. So adjective with rage.
Now remember this, when they attach to with rage, all of a sudden they're attaching black, which is us, to rage.
Yes.
If you identify yourself as black.
If you.
But of course we're calling each other black.
No wonder everybody gets scared when they see it.
When they see
So keep going though, there's probably going to be more.
2, having a very deep or low voice.
What?
Bass with a black voice.
Okay, go on.
A bass with a black voice. 3, says heavy, serious. The play was a black intrigue. And it's 2A, having dark skin, hair, and eyes. Swarthy, the black Irish. B1, often cap.
Well, just often cap. No,
that's okay.
Just keep going.
Of or relating to any of various population groups having dark pigmentation of the skin, black Americans. 2, of or relating to the African American people or typical or representative of the most readily perceived characteristics of black culture, trying to sound black, try to play blacker jazz. 3,
Just interrupt there. Do you see how confusing all of that is though now? Now you've got all these descriptions of what it is and what it isn't. Then it ties it to you. Then it ties it to anyone who's got pigment. Then it ties it to the American.
Black
right?
sound.
Black sound. Right? It's all sorcery.
Now we get into the connotative meanings of the word. That's what's going on.
Right, so the denotative is these.
Those.
Right? So when you read black and then adjective, Old English, French, blah blah blah, that's the real foundation of the word black. So then when you go check the Old English definition of black, it'll tell you something. When you go check the French definition, it'll tell you something. When you check the Old High German, the Latin, the Greek, it'll tell you something.
And what you see there is their magic that they're putting on us, as well as trying to identify us.
Right? So in looking up words, it's not about the definition. It's about where they come from. And then we found where it comes from, then you go get the definition. So when you research black adjective, and then you go to Old English, Old High German, and it's talking about pale, shiny, for black, you know that they're not talking about your identity because you know what the origin is. But then when you start going into, Greek and lower frequency definitions, now you're starting to, people are now included in it, pigmentation is included in it, all these connotative hinges to keep you not focused on this stuff. Because this is really where you want to be when you're doing research in words. So that's why Moors have to, when they're researching, have dictionary. So that immediately you look up something that you don't know, just to check to make sure that you know what you're talking about or you know what you're reading when you read certain things.
And interestingly enough, as you can tell, the first definition was black with rage. So they said the very first thing that's going to stick in your mind is rage and black. and then it sort of ties then to you later, right?
Right now, pass black and go to the first word after black.
But I like to go more words.
No, that's the first definition after black.
No, the first word after black. So it's going to say black adjective, black noun, black whatever, and then after black there's going to be another word.
But I like knowing about when you know what words mean. The story changes, the movie changes, everything changes. Because then you see what they're really talking about.
A black pigment or dye, especially one consisting largely of carbon.
Say it again?
A black pigment.
What's the word?
So before you do anything, black, what's after it?
It's a noun.
Okay.
Before 12th century.
Okay.
And it's the one. A black pigment or dye, especially one consisting largely of carbon.
All right. Now after that, there should be black something again.
Black, VI. I'm not sure what that is.
All right, and then after that, there should be black something again.
Black alder.
Black
alder, which is now 1805 Winterberry, and this is black amore.
Oh, okay. So what's that say?
Well, it says different type of spelling is BL-KE-MUR. As a noun, it's irregular French, black plus more, which is 1547. A dark-skinned person, especially black more.
So it said black plus more, right?
Right?
So black plus more, right?
1547.
So this is adjective plus noun, right? And then it says any. What did it say?
A dark-skinned person, especially black 4A.
Especially black what?
4A.
4A.
Yeah.
Right? So a dark-skinned person, right? So if blackamoor means a dark-skinned person, right? Then why use this? Why not just use what? Because this doesn't say a black person. Blackamoor doesn't mean a black person. When you look at, we're dark. We're not brown people and black people, we're dark people. Right? When you look up this, it made reference to black hair, black eyes, and whatever, right? But this is actually letting you know that black is the adjective describing, right, the noun, right? Person, place, thing, description. But they don't go here when they're talking about dark-skinned people. They go here, which is part of the spell that they put on these people to get them to accept this as their identity, but they'll never accept this.
That's why they said irregular.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's not common. This isn't common nowadays. Right? This is why the brother was talking about. When you say this, you're in court with everybody. When you say this, you have a personal hearing with the judge by yourself. That they don't want what this individual knows to be imparted to people who think that this is their identity. Because this identity, or this label, is what keeps the so-called enemy funded.
And just another thing, the dictionary you have there is a fairly modern dictionary. The words and the energy, the actual words, the truth, the foundation that I was telling you never changes. But what they've done, if you got another dictionary that was even more modern, it would have even more crap. So
right. So like if you go to get a soft cover dictionary at Kohl's or whatever like that, and you look up black, you're not even gonna get any of this.
You're just gonna get, so what the deal is they continue to change. It's like today it was red, tomorrow it'll be orange, the next day it'll be green, and by the end of it you've got something white that was really black, as an example. So that's where that stuff comes into it, that you have to then try to find the origin of the word. And that's why in the more, the earlier the dictionary, the more it's gonna be pure. And the more it's gonna tell you who you really are. Because even that already, they're still doing a little magic.
Right.
They're still doing the little spells there. See how it took you to go through 15 different descriptions of black? Like in the old ones, I think there's maybe one.
Right.
In the old ones, it's just black, and then it's black and more. In this one now, they got 15 of them. You got to turn the actual, and you know they probably set that shit up too, that you actually have to turn the page, and they got black color in there even before black and more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to realize this, because remember this, they're the ones describing, they have another saying that says, you can't expect the criminal to describe the crime.
Right.
So you can't have the colonizer telling you what's the truth.
That's why we made the statement earlier, that if you don't know about Moors, ask them more. Because if you go to somebody else, they're going to tell you from their work perspective what a Moor is. Moor means black and Moor means all this other stuff.
And it might be innocently wrong.
Yeah,
it might be right.
They might not be deliberately.
But it might, but more than definitely, in a lot of cases, it may actually be really meant to send you somewhere else. Like when you talking about going to the church, right? They don't want you to go to them.
Yeah, they have these books, so
you can tell us stories about going to the church, right? When you went to your children, right?
Yeah.
We're in the feds, they didn't want me in there.
But they could keep me out. Right? So it was more of a matter of them just acquiescing to how they help. But they didn't bother with me anymore. They bothered with the family.
See how that's what they do. Go after the family.
The family.
After the family, because they know that like.
The
family connection.
And the family's the weak link at that point.
Exactly. So you go after the family.
So if someone asks, what is more, what did you say the acronym?
Dark skinned person.
Any dark skinned person.
Especially African Negro who thinks he is a slave who came over here from Africa. Especially them. Everybody else is Moors, but you know, like we said with the right? So Sri Lankans are Moors. Right?
Ceylonese.
Cambodians, whoever, all those people there are Moors. Right? Filipinos are Moors.
Moros.
Right?
So what would not be more?
Yeah, the Orange people.
There's no not a Moor. There's variations of Moors. Right? So
like if you go to Germany, M-O-H-R-E-N or M-O-H-R, it's more.
There's a trucking line.
If you go to the Philippines, it's M-O-R-O. M-O-R-O.
You go to France, it's M-A-U-R.
No, I think he might be asking though, what kind of sort of nationality person?
But that's fine. Like just like we just mentioned in terms of who's a free white person. Right? That could be the delineation where exactly who is more. Because once you were in Europe, when they had the black Moors, they just mentioned the black Moors, but then that was just one set of Moors. And they had other Moors, like in terms of your skin color. If you want to go there, you're Moor as well too. In terms of you have it within you, in terms of your ancestors. So across the board, we're all Moors.
Yeah, everyone's a Moor, except what they've done is they played a game to separate us.
Separate you. But you're all Moors. They just separated us into terms of different
nationalities to divide us. And then what they did is because it was easy to identify us, because the main problem was they came here to steal shit. So they had to take us away from it. Yeah. They came here to steal the gold and the silver. So then they had to enslave us, change it around, and make us the slave and them the master.
Because remember, you just mentioned Sri Lankans are Moors. The Filipinos, the Hindustanis, they're all Moors.
Europeans.
Moors.
The Corsica flood.
Corsica flag.
Go to the European lady. She's not, you know, and she's repping Corsica. She's repping that. She has a flag at her house or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's not like there's selected people who are gonna not claim that, right? And then those people who are selectively not claiming are more than likely agents for the Inquisition. And their job is to get, you know, people to not accept the fact that, you know, everybody's mourning. Even though, you know, Time and National Geographic and whoever's gonna come out and say that, oh, well, you know, everybody comes from Lucy, who's an African or whatever. Well, you know, African is a dark-skinned person. So that means Lucy's a black woman. So they're gonna say that everybody came from this African lady, and African's a dark-skinned person, and any dark-skinned person is a black woman, and Lucy's a black woman, then everybody's more. Right? And it's what level of more are you? Are you Aboriginal indigenous? Are you there's a term called you can look this one up. Ipso jure warrant.
Oh, is that where if you can't prove you're anything else?
Right, yeah, so ipso jure warrant means that if you can't prove citizenship, if you can't prove citizenship in Morocco from somewhere else, then you're automatically more. Just because you can't prove who you are. Right? So you know, and this is how the ones who compromise this position, right? The ones who made this position be what it is, this is how they were able to get it and do all the madness that they did. Because everybody knows that everybody who comes out of the lodges or whatever, they know that above Mexico is Morocco. It's not the United States, Canada, whatever, Newfoundland, whatever like that. If it's above Mexico, that's Morocco. So if you're there, if you're in that jurisdiction above Mexico, you're not a United States, whatever, you're not a Canadian, whatever, you're really a Moroccan subject. And if you're a Moroccan subject, then you have to go by the laws of Morocco. That's why they adopted, you know, Constitution. That's why they talked to you know, the Iroquois in order to find out how to write the Constitution. That's why Benjamin Banneker made longhouses and taught the Europeans all this stuff about government that they're now taking and putting on us because we don't know that we're the government. We don't know that the people out there are actually private corporations that, like Brother Omar said, came here to steal something that doesn't belong to them. And then everybody went with the fact that, oh yeah, these guys must be the authority because, you know, they got building and they got court and they got, you know, $3,000 suits and they got cars in the parking lot down or whatever, and they got courts and everybody thinks that they're legit. When they're not even.
One thing I don't know, just to add on to what he said, when the European came here, we made a deal with them and said, okay, you can do business here for 50 years. They just never left.
Lease the land, right?
But the reason why they never left was because the people started saying that they were black other people.
Well, not to say that the Europeans can also go in there and kill a lot of people and do a lot of nastiness, and that's what our brother was talking about. It wasn't just like by accident that this happened. But that could have been the karmic debt that we created by doing all that shit to them to begin with. And then we had to bring them up to speed, because if not, then we'd be living like with animals. So we brought them up to speed, and then they took over and we fell. That's simply what it was.
What, if anybody got any questions or whatever, immediate questions that you know, whatever it is, you could.
So hard covers are always better.
What would say hardcover is better? Would say date. Older dictionaries would have a closer tied to
if possible.
denotative meanings.
Brother Amari says that any dictionaries before 19...
Well, any dictionary before 1930, if you could find it, is great.
Secondhand bookstores?
Secondhand bookstores is a good place to find.
Online sometimes?
Good dictionaries to find is the Oxford Dictionary. Those ones are good. Etymological dictionaries, those are the best ones to find. Make sure the dictionary is unabridged. In other words, it hasn't been tampered with. The word is the true essence.
What's it called? What's that?
Unabridged.
Unabridged, right.
Because the bridge part means that they changed, crossed over. Another thing I think brother will say too is try to not spend more than what, $30, $40? Is that?
Well,
I know you spent some.
It depends on what you're looking for. Because as I said, I have
something into buying.
Okay, they usually say buy the newest dictionary that costs like $100, whatever. Don't buy anything above 1990. Above 1990, don't buy it.
You mean $19.99?
No, I mean 1990 in terms of the year.
Okay.
Right? Like that dictionary, for instance, that's a 2010 dictionary, but it has some connection to the past. But most dictionaries that you're looking for, you need something that is old. I mean, I have an 1829 dictionary in my possession, right? So, and when you look at, I look at the words from then, and I look at the words right now. So try and compare the words.
And there's a difference.
And complete difference. So they have the reference points in terms of where the words came from, that's in terms of etymology of the word. The older the dictionary, the better. As best as you can find, the oldest you can find.
What about, I was looking at the Library of Congress, Library of Congress?
Yes.
And they have like a lot of last names, like in the library or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Like, is that like what are those last names reference to?
Last names relative to what, like books or something, or like what?
Like they're like surnames.
No, but like in what context are the surnames in the Library of Congress? Is it like were you on a certain page and the names came up, or is it? Like,
it was just a list of surnames. It was saying like a list, like all the way from A to Z, and like I guess like
that could be the stuff that they had in the Library of Congress.
Like the names of
the names of the things that were filed there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Before we close out, I wanted to read a chapter out of what's known as the Red Book. It's the mysteries of the silent brotherhood of the East. So in the Modern Science Temple of America, you're given your Holy Quran of the Modern Science Temple, and then the Holy Quran of the Modern Science Temple was split up into two books. The Mysteries of the Silent Brotherhood, which is the Red Book, and the Holy Quran. This is the story of Yahshua from a child to when he went off to go learn. And then the Red Book is where he went and what he learned when he went where he went before he came back or whatever.
Who is Joshua?
Who we know is Jesus.
Who we know as Jesus. Right now, also keep in mind as well that it's a graduation. So this book is to bring you out of Bible into Islam. And this book takes you, this book leads into this book, right? Which takes you out of calling him Jesus into calling him Yahshua. And then when you get to the end of this, then now you have the full story about, you know, all these people are going to talk about, yeah, Jesus was born and then died on a cross, and nobody talks about his life. Like, what did he do in his lifetime? There's no reference in so-called religious circles as to his life. What did he do during his lifetime, right? So, in this book right here, there's a lot of different keys that are given, and we're just going to read chapter 8. 8, which is really infinity, right? So this chapter is perpetual. This is not a chapter that's going to end. This is something that is going to continue going on. You know, the process is, you know, just going to keep going, right? Just like circle, keeps going, right? The council of the seven of the world. In every age since time began, but 7 sages lived. At first of every age, these sages met to note the course of nations, people, tribes, and tongues, to note how far towards justice and love the race has gone, to formulate the code of law, religious postulates, and plans of rule best suited to the coming age. An age had passed, and lo, another age had come. The sages must convene. Now Alexandria was the center of the world's best thought, and here in Philo's home the sages met. From China came Menski. From India, Vidyapati came. From Persia, Casper came. And from Assyria, Ashbina came. From Greece, Apollo came. Mathena was the Egyptian sage, and Philo was the chief of Hebrew thought. Time was due. The council met and sat in silence 7 days. And then Menski rose and said, the wheel of time has turned once more. The race is on a higher plane of thought. The garments that our fathers have worn, have given out. The cherubim have woven a celestial cloth, have placed it in our hands, and we must make for men new garbs. The sons of men are looking up for greater light. No longer do they care for gods hewn out of wood. They seek for Allah not made with hands. They see the beams of coming days and yet comprehend it not. The time is ripe, and we must fashion well these garments for the race. And let us make for man new garbs of justice, mercy, love, that they may hide their nakedness when shines the light of coming days. And Vidyapati said, our priests have all gone mad. They saw a demon in the wilds and had him cast their lamps, and they are broken up, and not the gleam of light has any priest for men. And the night is dark. The heart of India calls for light. The priesthood cannot be reformed. It is already dead. Its greatest needs are graves and funeral chants. The new age calls for liberty, the kind that makes each man a priest, enables him to go alone and lay his offerings on the shrine of Allah. And Casper said, in Persia, people walk in fear. They do the good for fear to do the wrong. The devil is the greatest power in our land. And though a myth, he dandles on his knees both youth and age. Our land is dark, and evil prospers in the dark. Fear rides on every passing breeze, and lurks in every form of life. The fear of evil is a myth, is an illusion, a snare, but it will live until some mighty power shall come to raise the ethers to the plane of light. When this shall come to pass, the Magian land will glory in the light. The soul of Persia calls for light. Islam. So we do keep ourselves accessible to everybody or whatever that wants the light, right? We presented information today which we know was enlightening, right? And we know that, with the work that's being done, Moors have to continue to inspire each other, because the majority of the time, it's only Moors that you can see with all the flyers and all that stuff, whatever. Like you got the people, yeah, we're gonna come to the thing, and what time is it again? People call me last night or whatever like that, and then.
I even had like a grown woman say, yeah, I'm coming from weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all good.
So it is what it is, because this is not for everybody. This is not for the faint of heart, right? This is not for people who are scared of Europeans that have black robes on, and scared of Europeans who have uniforms on and they're pushing got some authority or whatever. Right? Because the people that get down with this information are about freeing themselves. just like the thing was saying, all the priests are gone mad.
Yes.
You know, there's not any savior. You're saving yourself. If you don't want to save yourself, then you know you'll be victim to somebody.
Go into the dark
right?
land.
You go into the dark land. But the reality is that this type of work is done by particular people who have the spirit of their ancestors in them already.
Islam.
Right? So, you know, we want to, we're going to close out, but we want to make sure that, you know, we give honors to the brothers for coming through and setting up this system. Make sure that you pick up some stuff for yourself, maybe so that you have things here that you can let other people know what's up. You know, we're going to set up a little package for you guys, so at least you have some materials for yourself out here. You know, we'll keep this going. You know what I mean? As long as we can get space, we'll keep it moving. Keep putting the word out there. If people are you know, hesitant and whatever like that, you know, there's all these different mores in here that you can use as a reference. To tell them, you don't fish whatever. Yes, right. Yeah, right. So there's no fruits. You know what I mean? Everything that's going on is happening for a reason. I don't know if the Moors have some parting stuff to share with the brothers.
No, just put my email address up there.
Which one?
Be yourself, Morris.
Which one? Which one?
Amari.
If you guys need to any law, things to do with law of that nature, or if you have friends that are going through some problems and stuff, and just need some guidance.
That's it.
Yes. It's the law.
Yeah.
Brother Thomas, you got something to share with bro?
No, let me finish before you
go ahead.
Just basically keep it simple. It's more or less what we're talking about in terms of what's going on around the world. I always go to the word black. When you hear they say, oh, the black people did this, the black people did that, blah, 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 just know it's not you. Just know that. So if they say, oh, those black people, those this, those that, just know it's not you. Oh, black people, I'm gonna give you $1,000. It's not you. You know what I'm saying? Because the fact of the matter is, be yourself. Noble Drawley said it best. Be yourself. Who are you? You're a Mormon. And that's it. So in terms of your culture, in terms of who you're supposed to be when you walk on the streets, once you're yourself, nobody can change that. Period. Just be yourself. For myself, in terms of finding out what my birthrights are and knowing what it is now, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, nothing could stop us. Nothing. So just move forward. Main thing to do as well is to study, ask questions, study, ask more questions, and keep studying. Ask what to study as well. There's a lot to study. Mainly everything you study. Everything. Because everything is you. That's why I would say, be yourself, because everything is you anyway. So that's your turn.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here with you guys.
Thanks for coming.
It also lets me know, since I found my way home, I want to say welcome home to you brothers. Welcome home to finding yourself. And it shows me that what we're doing is not a waste of time. Because if it wasn't from Grand Sheik or Amari or myself, or Ken Ray or anybody that's here in northwest of Alexa, it could be the Moors that are on the other side, but you found it. There's Moors over here doing their job and doing their work, uplifting, following humanity, which is really our mothers, daughters, and sisters. But the sons, the Masons, the mother sons, are actually hearing this, and the young brothers, as yourself, are actually getting this and want to get this. This is an amazing thing. I gotta say to people all the time. I would say, there's more people out here than you think. It's just right now they're digesting what they're getting. That's how I know you guys are studying, and they're saying, oh, jeez, wow, it's time to do something about what we know. You know what I mean?
Too fast. Like, I'm bouncing all over the place and stuff. Even coach said, slow down and know what you're studying, but like, it was too fast because when it came to me though, I was just like, what?
Well, see, the great secret of our law is this: we can't lie to ourselves.
Exactly.
So when you get hit with the law, the right law, and everything within yourself, you got to do something with it. You got to activate it. You're activated now. Now, whatever happens here happens. Like after you guys gone or whatever, what you guys do, whatever happens, is like how Marty said, study. But the key thing is study law to protect ourselves. To reclaim back what's rightfully ours. If I take something from you guys, and you know it's yours, I know it's yours, but to reclaim it back, hey, even if you have something that looks like it, you know it's yours for some certain way, a scratch on it, but it's yours. You see what I mean? Like when I took his earring, when I took this coat, he knows that little lick, that thing there, or something, you know how that smells, or his hat, you know what I mean? He knows how it's bent. I gotta give it back, I can't lie. You know what I mean? So this is what we're going for, because we are the richest, wealthiest people on the planet, on this globe. You know, I know a lot of people like to go and people do all that stuff, like he said, study everything, get well-rounded on what you might be into. Like Canaanland, he likes the law. He's into the energy vibrations of the living Christians and things. You might be into something else. You know, it could be anything. You might want to be like Rand Sheik and just really go up there and do it. Me, I'm in the trenches. I'm just out there. You know what I mean? I just love being out there. You know what I mean? In full lights. You know what I mean? When the time comes, it comes. You know what I mean? So, yeah, just active more.
Have you been back to Nova Scotia to like, you know?
Oh, of course I have been back there and tried to, you know.
How are they with the feeds? Because like I know a girl, her name is what's her name?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know her name, but she I told her she's a Moor. And then she's like, what is that? She says, I know I'm Indian, but like, you know
well,
what I mean?
See, they get that connection there is great. They know that part. But the part is not just Nova Scotian, all Asiatic people that talk about Moriscos, doesn't matter where they're at, it's hard for them to digest the true pedigree.
Well, you gotta understand, what you're being taught here today and going forward with this Moorish knowledge, it goes against everything that you were taught growing up, including your religious beliefs.
And I just like to finish up, sum up some things. You know, like the Mayan cross that you hear about, like, you know, Jesus being hung or whatever. The thing is this. It's really spring, summer, winter, and fall. What I'm trying to get at now, we have animals over here right now. Could be horses, could be dogs, could be whatever, growing a winter coat for this winter solstice. Now, just like people, you put up the 1 day cross here. So the thing is now, if we don't know how to shed the lives that we were given in the springtime, these horses, dogs, whatever, cats, or whatever beasts out there, sheds their coat. He starts falling on people's in the house. What the fuck did I get that dog for? And just hairs all over the place, cat, whatever, cat hair all over it. That's the same shedding that we have to let go of the conditioning that we were put in, the brainwashed, not knowing what words meant, putting us in belief systems, and all these different things that we don't know. Talking about what's it like in Nova Scotia. Well, geez, they're very deep into Moriscoism. You see what I mean? They're just saying they're Indians, but they don't know they're Indians. You see what I mean? They say, you know, when they first came to so-called North America, they seen people, dark copper tone people, you know, but they fell for this label and brand stuff, like what we were talking earlier. They go black, Indians, Ethiopians, Africans, those are brands and labels. They'll hold on to them, but they don't notice them because they've been told a story. You were stolen from Africa, South Asia, brought to these shores as slaves, and nobody knows who they are or what words mean. But just like you guys are hanging out McMaster or whatever schools or wherever, hey.
I feel the more than everywhere. I don't care. I just
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. You got hit there and then full light, right? You got hit. But the thing is, sometimes you gotta say, hey, well, look at it. I talk to Albions, man. The way we're talking, I could be on a bus or something. And Albion will say, oh, hold on, take this note. I should have brought it with me, but I didn't even think about it. These are Albions saying, keep up the good work when I'm trying to talk to an Asiatic, old, like Bristol, that don't know the true nationality, but getting hit with the information I'm saying because it vibrates with the essence of the truth in it, right? So the thing is now, a European is saying, keep up the good work. You see what I mean? Because they're listening to the conversation like I'm talking now, like these guys are sitting there hearing what I'm saying, but I don't care because I'm out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And encourage somebody to get involved, right?
Yeah.
So then I get up, you gotta do the thing. But the thing is, why they hear it more is because they know our story better than we know our story. So when we try to tell our own story, or something like that, it's difficult because the responsibility of the mystery God, man, see how we're being active? We're not waiting around to say, oh, please, Jesus God, can you just do this for me? I'll be good. Get me over this jail situation with these burners. Where's that little red book at? Oh, jeez, I was lost, but now I'm found. I was going through the valley of the darkness and all that stuff. You know what I mean? But nobody knows what it really means, right? Yeah. But the thing is, we're not about that. We're about this, like he said, be yourself. And go over here, study, find out what facts are, how things work, just be a scientist.
Yeah.
That's what it really comes down to, being a scientist and dealing with facts. So you really know yourself. Not saying, know myself, like, you know, people think, you know, oh, that's him, that's how he walks. You know, I can see his moves or whatever, you know, or think who I am. That's not who I am. I can be really who I really am. Not pretending. You know how you come out of middle school? And then you go to high school, and all of a sudden you're in high school, and you're like, holy fuck. Jeez, what's going on? I don't even feel the same no more. I thought everybody was cool with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know that feeling? And then all of a sudden, you can be yourself again, no matter what that situation is, no matter where you're at. In university, school, or wherever you're at. Might even get kidnapped, you still can be yourself. And then nobody will fuck with you, because they'll be saying, geez, that motherfucker's moving different. So you can't replace her and shit. I better leave him alone. Okay, that's all I got to say.
You got something for the young brothers before we close up?
All I say is just keep studying, especially law, because that is that's going to help you in everything. Contract law, trust law, all of it's law. And if you understand all that stuff, you'll be able to help your friends or people in court situations, collections, anything of those private corporations that are trying to attack your pockets or your energy. You'll be able to protect yourself from those entities, from destroying you and your family. So study, more than ever, because in this time right now, in the next couple of years, you're going to see big changes in the whole America, continent, the whole world, right? Studying this now and knowing what you know right now will even let you see things that they're showing you even on the news that you say, oh my goodness, this world is coming to a certain beginning. It's never coming to an end. It's always coming to a new beginning. So keep studying everything.
I can email you, like, you have this email here?
Yeah.
I can email you for, like, just guidelines on what to study, you know?
Yeah. Email me, call me anytime. I can send you more information about your chakras or just energy, certain food. We're talking about GMOs today. I can send you information about proper foods, proper diets, all that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
That's it? Everybody's clear? Questions? Everybody's good?
You want to talk about like what you have like
Oh no, just the usual books, DVDs, flags, etc.
Appreciate you guys coming down,
Thanks to y'all, man. Thanks to y'all. Let's hit the prayer up and close out with the prayer. For everybody who's partaking,
Get yourself a black audition before you
He says that.
Allah's everywhere. Allah's everywhere. So 5 on the left, 2 on the right. And they repeat after me. Allah, the Father of the universe. Allah, the Father of the universe. Father of love. Father of love. Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector. My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. To his holy prophet. Islam. Ashir. Peace, Lord.